That's rare
There we
in an
go.
already on present online you know competitive community.
Yeah.
Hey Sean, what's up?
Hello.
Welcome.
Howdy doody.
Nothing much.
Let me real quick.
Oh hey, yeah, I wanted to ask your opinion. You've gotten your wisdom teeth removed, right?
Yeah,
How long did it take you to heal?
like a week.
Ouch. Do you mean like a week of like I can't talk at all because I'm in a lot of pain, or like it's the third day I could go back to work if my face didn't look like I just swallowed a melon?
I mean, I was able to talk and like um I like I, it wasn't like I was unable to do anything. You know what I mean? Like
Mm.
talk. I was able to
Mm.
talk and stuff,
Okay.
but I wasn't like it still hurt. You know what I mean?
Right.
I couldn't like.
Right.
It was the eating part that was the issue.
Uh,
Talking wasn't the problem. Eating was the issue. So you probably have to consider like you can't eat whole
mhm.
like food that you need to actually chew.
Right. Right. Just like get a
That's
bunch of
gonna
baby
be
food.
yeah, pretty much. Or anything that's just like able to
Like
like just
super and stuff.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly, yeah. So
I'm
um
gonna have I'm gonna have a good last meal tomorrow because getting them removed on Wednesday.
oh wow,
Yeah.
Wednesday, damn, so
When
soon.
May the 4th.
May the 4th be with you for sure.
I'm gonna need it for sure. Yeah, and I only took 3 days off, thinking I'll probably heal by then.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, so long as I can talk, because that's pretty much
Yeah,
90% of my.
you're gonna need to talk, and like I think, yeah, it's just gonna be really raw feeling. Um, you're gonna be very careful on how you drink things.
Right.
But otherwise, it wasn't bad. How many are you getting them all pulled out at the same time?
I'm only getting the bottom two, the bottom two, because those ones actually broke through the gum. So
I
yeah,
see.
those ones need to come off. I'm trying to put off, taking the other two out because they've never given me any troubles, and at this point, I don't think they will. But
Right.
um,
You should be fine. Cause I
yeah.
ended up pulling all of them out all at once. So
Oh
mine's
yeah.
was like, yeah. I
Hmm.
would say that's. I definitely took a week off just from, but I was able to stay home, but and do all my work, all my
Right.
classwork at home, because I was in school at the
Nice.
time. So, that essentially worked out in my favor. So,
Right. Yeah, I'm planning to finally catch up with some backlog on those 3 days.
hmm, noise.
Yeah, yeah. Life is Strange
Uh,
2, which I never played. Uh,
that's a lot of
there's a
time
lot
on
of
your
games.
hands.
Yeah, yeah. It's whole 72 hours. Who needs to sleep them?
Who needs sleep and rest at that time? You don't need to heal.
Mm.
Healing's for the weak.
I don't have time to bleed.
Oh yeah, speaking of the bleeding, yeah, you'll be using quite a bit of
Gauze
gauze
pads or...
and like every day, essentially cleaning that out
Oh,
every day,
the human body's disgusting.
unless you want to just keep drinking your own blood.
Yeah.
If that's your thing,
I mean,
by all
Hey,
means,
that's how
go.
you can stay hydrated. You just, I don't need water. There you go.
You're
I'm
just like
just really
recycling it in your body.
look. If
Never
we,
run out.
yeah, I mean, if I really want to get through those games, I don't want to waste time. Going to, get a glass of water.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Got to keep the immersion up.
Yeah,
Also,
exactly.
another way to help heal it quicker too
Hmm.
is do a swish of like warm but warm
Salt water.
salt water. Yeah,
Yeah,
and you just do that like maybe once or probably twice a day,
right.
like in the
Because
morning and in the
obviously,
evening. Yeah,
yeah, because obviously you really can't, brush your teeth at that point.
yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you enjoy pain.
Uh, I mean, I'm about to, finish the second playthrough on Dark Souls. I mean, Elden Ring.
I am accustomed to pain.
Exactly. All
Um,
life is misery and suffering.
misery and suffering. Oh man, Quasies. Okay, Cape Quasies. Um, D won't be able to make it today.
Oh,
And it'll just be us essentially. Let me start the recording.
okay.
We'll just do a raw. We'll just do a raw. Just do it live.
Ahura.
A
We're
hoorah.
gonna do a
Do
whole intro.
we're gonna do right now, as in I just started the recording. We're in
Okay.
episode 91. Hello all. Welcome to the Goobcast. We are the mainstays, as you already know. I don't think we need an intro really, because at this point we're already around there. 91. That's a lot.
We could do a Captain Planet type of intro where we associate ourselves with like an element.
Once I get
Carlos.
an animated hotkey, I'm just gonna cue intro, just like it pops up. You know what I mean? Just boom, press a
Nice.
button, and then boom, all the intros that we need is already there.
Yeah.
Um, but let me double check audio. I think everybody's audio was doing fine. Um, where's this? Why is this not moving around?
Hmm.
Okay, here
Keep
we
you
go.
moving around.
No, my the window on my OBS. What the heck? Okay. Okay.
Oh, yeah,
Anyways,
just wanted to see if there's any news. I'm sure that nothing has happened for the past week.
um, I actually don't know if there has been any interesting news as of late.
Hmm.
Yeah, we're in
The
episode
only thing I heard about
91.
was like the Embracer Group is buying, more studios, but
Huh.
Who's the Embracer Group?
they're like, I mean, that's a good question. No one knows exactly. Like honestly, like no one in the industry knows exactly who they are, but like I think they're like in somewhere in the Netherlands or something. But like there's some sort of business of developers that has been acquiring a shit ton of studios like over the last few years, like THQ Nordic and like a
Oh,
bunch of other stuff, and they're apparently gonna purchase what they're purchasing Eidos Montreal, Crystal Dynamics, and Square Enix Montreal for 300 million. So they're
Hmm.
purchasing more, even more stuff. Like they have so many fucking studios now, like Saber Interactive, and so many studios. Like the acquisition war is insane.
yeah.
Like with this, and then you have Tencent and their evil ways. Fucking acquiring half, like just quietly acquiring half the game industry, and obviously you
Hmm.
have Microsoft acquiring and Sony acquiring, and it's
Yeah,
a
it's just that.
little it's a little unnerving, to be honest.
Yeah.
Just how much consolidation of so many studios is happening.
Yeah. Yeah. And the monopolization is real.
Yeah.
Hmm. That's interesting.
And then you have like the Saudi royal family who are like not great people. Like
What do you?
the Saudi people
Same
are
business.
great, like not the people themselves, but it's the same thing with like Tencent in China, where it's
Right.
like these like the Saudi royal family are like they've publicly like murdered a journalist. Like
Mm-hmm.
they being gay in that country is illegal. Women are not treated well. There's so many problems, and like the Saudi royal family, I think they acquired SNK and like all this, and like they're acquiring other things, and it's all these very nefarious organizations have like quietly absorbed a shit ton of the game industry without very much public, uh,
Bust.
spotlight on them
Yeah.
at all, and
Mm-hmm.
it's a really big problem.
Hmm.
Because honestly, this could have been stopped years ago, but no one really reported on it and just sort of let it go under the radar. And it's too late now. These very nefarious companies have such a huge control over so many vital companies in the industry at this point.
Mm-hmm. And you think there'd be like, more regulation against like all this like consolidation of like all this major, all these major corporations, but
yeah, I mean, like recently we saw, I think, a little bit of government interference with the whole Microsoft purchasing Activision thing, because that was like the biggest purchase in like, game industry history, and the government was stepping in. They were like, I don't know that this is a good thing, and when the U.S. government steps in and are like, we think what you're doing is wrong, like that's a fucking big problem from government that is nefarious enough as it is on its own. And it's been like, maybe this is too much. Like, maybe no one should have this much power. It's like, wow, you're saying that? It's a problem. Holy shit.
That's true. Which, mind you, it's always like the problem of like, maybe these guys are getting too much, power. Disney, it's all right. You guys can do whatever you want. But
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, they don't really care so much, that the little guy is gonna get stepped over. It's just that they have they definitely.
I mean, they have to get their slice of the pie too, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
I'm sure Disney and the U.S. government have plenty of
They're-
agreements. Yeah,
They're not homegrown. We need American companies.
Right. No, actually, and speaking of that, actually, like Disney and the governor of Florida were getting into spat because different politics and stuff, and apparently Disney World has the whole deal like they can rule themselves as an independent district, as like their own government.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
so
insane.
So the
That's
governor is
fucking
like, oh
weird.
well, if you don't agree with the politics, I guess someone's gonna be losing that. Be a real shame if you guys lost that privilege. And Disney is like, oh yeah, you guys are gonna owe us $1 billion if you do.
Yeah. I mean, it's a similar thing with Tencent, right? Where it's like you can't just like not deal with them because every part of the U.S. government's business is like so integrally entwined with China now. Like you can't just say no. Like like you'll lose so much money if you do that. To the point where like you'll go beyond bankruptcy if you were to ever do that. So it's like you guys fucked yourselves. Like it's.
China's all like, hey, what are you talking about? You owe us a lot of money. I think you want this business, don't you?
Yeah.
It's the irony of like, oh yeah, you need to earn by us paying you to pay us back anyway. So it's really just they are in full control of that situation. They're just like, yeah.
Yeah.
Funny.
I mean, just think about it. Like some of these companies have way more power than entire countries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like it's kind of one of those things where like you kind of stuck already in a situation that got way out of hand already. You can't really like at this point I feel bad for people that genuinely want to make change, but there's this fucking insanely large mountain of problems that already was set in motion long before they even tried.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I mean, we're getting to Blade Runner territory where it's like there's going to be like in 10 years there's going to be like only 3 companies in the world left. There's going to be like Disney and like maybe Microsoft and Tencent, and like they're just going to own everything.
Why must everything be like the cool future that we expected but lame? Like instead of the Matrix, we got the fucking metaverse.
Yeah. It's like we've been saying
oh,
forever.
That's the good news about that. That shit looks stupid. It's doing
Yeah.
terrible. Absolutely terrible. They're losing so much money over that fucking shit. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
saw the fucking tech demo shit. I'm all like, this is like high school level graphics. You know what I mean? Like, oh my god.
It was like PlayStation 2 level graphics.
Like no, it's just I'm just saying like even with the graphic fidelity, I'm just saying like you can tell like the people don't even fucking like it's like I just learned how to do 3D work.
Right,
today.
right. It looks like
It's
looks
just
like
so bad.
Yeah, it looks like the stuff like you find in Unity and and like
really
the bargain bin on Steam.
Yeah, exactly. Like you just learned how to do 3D. Like I'm not saying like I'm pretty sure like they have to have. I don't think I feel like that they have the graphical fidelity to do something, they just don't push it high enough. The lighting is so subpar, and like the models are like, okay, you're trying to go the cartoony route, but then like it's just so polygonal, and then it's like you gotta be kidding me. Like there's no way that the graphic engine is that poor. You know what I mean? Like there's no way it's that poor. I just feel like it's just more like nobody has the like knowledge to make it look good.
Right. I mean, I feel like there's just no direction. Like from
Yeah.
the screenshots
Exactly. Yeah.
and like stuff that I've seen, it's just like very basic models. Like it doesn't really have any art direction to it.
Yeah, exactly. They just know that it's like, yeah, we want to kind of go a sorta Pixar, but not Pixar.
Yeah.
Like everything looks like it's an emote character. I don't know, some weird.
I mean,
thing
like
that.
even games that are purposely not art, like things like Call of Duty that are just machine made to like made money. They still have an artistic vision. Like they're still artists, like working the butt off, putting a lot of
Right.
Love, sweat, and tears in those things.
There's a playbook or a blueprint already there that people follow.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's not. There's tons of references and stuff. Like you could tell that they really like had built a large research base for, likely, and to make the artists have a fast and easy time to just create, the visuals really quickly. But yeah, it looks, man, that shit looks so garbage. It's so bad. It's just like, wow, you paying these people? I hope you're not paying them in the sense that they are not doing, a phenomenal job of making it enticing. I'll tell you that much. Or you just had the same programmer that's like doing the programs, like actually coding it, and it was like, all right, suddenly now you have to do the artwork. No practice. I don't know. Make it cartoony. Here's an example. It was like one picture.
Right.
Oh man. But what about maybe like what about Twitch and their they might be making what the subs like the split with the subs is not looking that great for the
What is the situation? I don't understand that. I don't
so
follow
like
Twitch.
the like so you know how like you pay like you could pay to sub to a streamer, right? And then and you know that Amazon has bought Twitch, right? Supposedly the going on is that people are thinking that because Twitch is not being as profitable, that they are changing the sub split. Like, how much does Twitch take out of the sub that you get?
Yeah, that's the fucking problem. It's like, what the fuck? Like that.
Yeah.
That's man. Yeah. That. So what are they doing? Like, Amazon is like gonna be taking a higher cut from
Essentially,
the stream? Is that what's
essentially Twitch is gonna take the higher cut. Therefore Amazon's
right.
taking the higher cut.
Right.
But it doesn't end there, because now like people are saying that they might make the ads run even longer than it already is.
I think they might have started something with the ads today, because before we started the stream, I was watching Shroud's stream, and I noticed that because they always have like the Amazon Prime thing up there, but they had like the ad like blatantly like covering most of his of his screen, and I was like, what the fuck? And they had like it was like when you go to Amazon, there's like a product page with like the writing and you have the picture of the product. I was like, what the fuck is happening? Like, did I misclick something? But it's just how it works now, and so it's like the first time I've seen that. It was really obtrusive. I was like, you're like literally covering like half his screen with this giant ad, and then on top of the ads you already get, like, it's just like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and then you're getting bombarded. I was watching some streams earlier, and I was noticing like, the ads are running a lot more and a lot longer than before. So that's interesting, and it kind of segues also to another thing that's interesting. Today, I just found there's another streamer who just announced today that they're moving to YouTube, and
Like,
Really?
you know,
yeah, yeah,
I saw
exactly.
that. Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah. It's
That's
just,
huge. That's a big one. he's
It's a big one?
He's
I mean,
he's
yeah, I
pretty
mean, they've
yeah
been-
he's pretty
yeah.
pretty big.
Yeah.
Oh,
One of the
he's
few
very, yeah.
I would say one of the few kind of like streamers that kind of came up in the last 3 years in a way that is like I would say not really known, because like most streamers, they come up because they are known to be something. Like for instance, I'll give you an example. Like XQC, he was a professional Overwatch player, and he only became a full-time streamer until like he started quitting Overwatch basically. So stuff like that, or like maybe what's another good example? Disguised Toast is known to be Hearthstone, like a big Hearthstone pro player. I mean, he was in tournaments, so technically he's pro. So yeah. But now like he's full-time streamer and everything, and he's pretty big too. He was like his big thing was the thing that happened with him is that he actually took a deal with Facebook and streamed on Facebook. He made a lot of money off of that, and that's when like the whole streaming war was kind of happening between the different platforms of Mixer, YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook, and how like Mixer, Facebook, and YouTube are trying to get into that streamer space, right? Amidst, of course, I would say mostly post Amazon's acquisition.
Yeah.
Or bought out, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know if you could call it an acquisition necessarily, but I'm not sure.
I'm pretty sure Amazon straight up owns Twitch.
Okay,
yeah, I'm pretty sure they just bought them.
Okay, all right. So then, it's interesting that you were talking about like the whole like the game space being bought out and stuff like that, and we're now seeing, as much as it was such a huge. It's a huge boon to Twitch to be owned by Amazon, in the sense that they have a lot of resources, stuff like that, and there's a lot of things that come with benefits, like the Amazon Prime setup, where streamers could get a Prime sub, which basically, if you already have an Amazon account, and this is how you can explain it, is like, you have an Amazon account. If you have the Prime subscription, which kind of gives you all these benefits, plus also the streaming services, if you have Amazon Prime, it all interconnects. And if you're you watch Twitch, you can subscribe to a streamer without having to pay money, because you already have that ability, because you're already a Prime member. So that streamer still gets money, right? Like, they get money for your Prime subscription, and you get the benefits for what you would assume is kind of technically free. And then on top of that, because Twitch is kind of interconnected with the gaming space, you can get benefits from actual in-game drops. So like when they say, I don't know, you could get like just today, I just redeemed Dead Space 2 for free on Origin, because it's for the Prime members or whatever, right? Like, you have these free drops that you can claim, and they'll do that with also other connections of like, oh, if you watch these streamers for a certain amount of hours, you get free stuff, like actual in-game used stuff. So there is definitely the benefits to it, but obviously the darker side is like, oh, how much of Amazon Prime, or not Prime, but like Amazon's are they gonna squeeze Twitch? You know what I mean? Are they gonna squeeze them, saying like, hey, you're not making money, you got to do something about it? And the concern is that it's gonna up the advertisements, right? Therefore lower your viewership, right? And on top of that, they're gonna up the cut out of the subs, which is pushing down the income for those people that are, there's some streamers out there that they really rely on the subs. They don't have sponsorships outside of it. Their kind of source income is that. And even then, I think, like, I remember was like watching Ludwig's videos or streams, and he'd break it down. He's like saying, you when the leak happened, and it's not a leak at all too, where they leaked like all
The
of
info.
the sub counts for everybody. Like how
Yeah.
many subs do they get for the year or something like that, right? What's their
Yeah.
leaderboard? And the funny thing was he was saying how people are like, "Oh man, it's been leaked. Oh naughty." Like he's just like, "Well, if you're just smart, you can just look at their sub count and then just do a little bit of math and there you go. You already know it." Like it's always been there. It's just now been, you know, put out in a way where it's easier to read. And then on top of that, he also made a point to say like, "Hey, look, like everybody talks about how streamers like, oh yeah, you're a streamer, you must be living the good life. You just play games and just make money." And he's like, "Look at the percentage of the people that are people that are on the top 25 or something like that. Anything past 25 of that leaderboard, which is 90% of the actual partnered streamers, they're making minimum wage." It's not even like you make it sound like that they're like rich and stuff like that, but it's not the case necessarily. And he's, also breaks down like, here's the truth about it. Subs don't necessarily is not going to be your source of income. If you think that, we can survive out of that, no, it's everything else. The deals that we get with other individuals, the codes that they have, like, oh, if you're, I don't know, like they're an ambassador for HelloFresh or something like that, and then you use their code to get like a discount, that's actually where their income comes in. Like that's actually where the money comes from. Like they don't, like, especially the top streamers, they don't care about their sub count. Like the top streamers are like, they don't, that's not where their main money comes from. It's from all the other deals outside of it. And then the concern, of course, like the big kind of like thinking here is that, as Twitch tries to grow their platform and stuff like that, how much of it is going to be for them making profit for Amazon because they're owned by Amazon? Or is it, how much is it actually going to be a valued like way to watch streamers? And this, it's all happening all in the same week in all these announcements. With Sykkuno announcing he's going to YouTube streaming, people are like now thinking like, this is it. This is when Twitch dies or something. Like people are trying
They
to.
say that every time.
I know,
another
they
streamer
always
goes
say
to
that.
YouTube.
Yeah, and it's not the case. It like like even the top streamers they themselves, it's like, look, the only time that you could ever say that you need to be worried is when like you got a mid-tier Twitch streamer that decides to go to YouTube streaming, but without a payout. That's the big difference, because like obviously Sykkuno got a deal with YouTube, clearly, right? So he can stream less and make more money, right? And then on top of that, like who knows? Like the platform could get better, like in terms of like new added features that make it, better experience. And that's the big deal. What they're talking about with the ads too, because even YouTube, when they had the whole combination of ad apocalypse, and that was like years ago, almost a decade, where like the income for the content creator is just losing out on so much just because of the ads, right? But the they were looking into it and they were like, they made it have the skip button, right? So that's like one huge thing. And on top of that, they know that the YouTube ads, even though you're making like the YouTube is making money off of them, they know that like if you bombard them too much, the click rate and the leave rate of them watching the video is really high, right? Yeah. So then they like made the kind of like the sacrifice of not like shoving so many ads. And that's one of the concerns right now is that, is this going to be, is the ad experience going to be too much, right? Because, like, I just got through this, watching Lulu's stream, and she had, like, 7 ads bombarding me, like, in the middle of it. So, yeah, it's interesting. Like, it's not like I'm involved, but, like, reading it and seeing it from the side and hearing, like, people that are experts, or I would assume, they're involved, experts enough to say that they think about it outside of streaming, right? Like it's their job, so it makes sense that they are being smart about it, and they're being really honest. Like they could they can honestly never say these things, right? Like, if they were,
Oh yeah.
if they were like owned by, you know how like it's like you own, you get, you're part of a company,
you get-
and you don't want to say bad things about the company because you're part of the company.
Right.
Whereas the streamers, they are like, they can have an honest opinion, right? If they're not sponsored, that is.
Right. I mean,
He's like, they're
depending on your
sponsored
relationship
to
with your
Coca-Cola.
sponsor, maybe.
Somebody asked them what do you like better, Pepsi or Coke? And they're like, wait, what? They look at their sponsors. Oh, okay, I'm clear. Okay, I
I
can
don't know.
see it.
Sometimes I guess it depends on just like the type of speech and the type of like relationship you have with your sponsor. Like,
True.
okay, this
true.
is a total different person. I mean, John Oliver from the Last Day Tonight. Like when they used to be owned by AT&T, he used to just he freaking burned,
Oh, yeah, he
AT&T
kept on talking
every
shit
single
about
time.
them. That was hilarious.
Always, yeah.
That was so funny. I liked how he openly poked fun of the fact that he's like, they pay my bills, but
But fuck them.
but fuck them. That's hilarious. I think it's almost like it for him. It's allowed because
Yeah.
it's part of the branding of
act.
his
Sure.
of the comedy. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's funny. That guy cracks me up.
Yeah.
Have you seen one of the ones where he it had to do with
The one where he like literally on live TV, blackmailed a senator from the United
yes,
States.
that
We
was
don't
funny.
know who, but he
We don't know
basically
who.
blackmailed him.
But, yeah, he or he has a list of them, doesn't he?
Well, the thing is that a lot of the
It's
information that
data mining,
that
basically.
yeah, a lot of the data mining
There's
that
no
companies use to like
legal-
targeting
Yeah,
use
it's not
targeting
illegal to data mine.
advertisement.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not
you can.
illegal to get
That's
that
public
data.
record.
Yeah,
Yeah, so you can easily find somebody with very specific, taste, or like somebody very specific if you just look for, by the certain parameters that they'd be looking for, like
right.
some Republican person in
Specific
somewhere in
ads.
DC. Yeah, exactly. Who
And then
just
they click
clicked
right
on,
it. Yeah.
who clicked on, I don't know,
God.
Ted Cruz, erotica. And apparently, one person there in the Senate definitely clicked on that.
Hey, they could also claim, hey, I did a misclick, right? I was just
Sure.
clicking around, and then that happened to pop up. I didn't read it. That's funny. That's great.
Yeah, man, that man has balls.
And then that's another funny thing. He says he was like saying basically, oh yeah, like the running joke is that the government only does anything until the person is being,
Yeah,
it's in
until
the person's-
it affects the House of
affects-
Representatives. Like
yeah,
they don't
it
do
affects them.
they don't do representing until until it actually hurts them.
Yeah, exactly. So the idea here is that let's blackmail them into making a law so that it's illegal to data mine people's personal information in that way.
Yeah,
Right.
But we know that's not going to happen.
yeah.
Nobody's going to say anything. until he actually releases the information. Damn.
Right.
I want to be there for that. Please release that information. The Watergate is the digital gate, the advertising,
Right.
the Ted Cruz gate.
Oh god, it's probably just Ted Cruz. I imagine that the only person who would ever want to read Ted Cruz erotica. I hope it's Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz himself. He watches his own. He's like, "What? How dare they find my
Yeah.
stuff? They found
Oh,
me."
where did they find? Oh, that's probably just deep faked.
Let's see. Well, none of us saw Sonic 2, so I don't know anything about
God.
that.
Did anybody watch the first one?
I saw the
Yeah.
first one.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I saw the first one.
how was it?
It was kind of typical.
Exactly what it looked like.
Yeah, I'm not
like-
saying it's bad. It's just it could have been a lot worse when it comes to like games put into movies.
Right.
like where it like okay, like let's say that a worse version of Sonic would have been that oh that he's not a hedgehog, you know? Like that's that to me sounds like a really a good representation of bad bad transformative version of it.
Yeah.
Would be like, oh yeah, he's not a hedgehog. He's actually a kid that turned into some sort of beast that we can't say out
Some
loud.
sort of genetic
And
experiment.
then he only later on finds out that he's hedgehog because now we have the title going Sonic the Hedgehog, and his
Right.
real name is Sonic. You know, like that's to me bad movie, right?
Right. But yeah, but the Hollywood one pretty much just stuck to the stuck to the script of like he's just this magical hedgehog from a different dimension. I guess.
Different dimension. Yeah. I mean, they could like it could have been better. It could have been
Yeah.
just like him not going to Earth at all, or something like that. Hell, it would have been interesting if they did it the other route where it's like we start the movie off with Dr. Robotnik and he's the caring
Wait,
character.
they don't make Sonic. They make Sonic the Exe. The movie.
No, like if I were to say to rewrite it into be like the perfect quote unquote the perfect Sonic movie, I would have been actually honing in on Dr. Robotnik first. We'll start off with this, where he's like a scientist from his dimension, but he discovers that he can hop dimensions and he wants to gain more power or whatever, right? Or maybe even play a role of like, he has like a human assistant, like could be an original character that is somebody that's into science like he is. And then, like you could have that, and that small assistant, the young one, I suppose, is the one that connects when they go to the other world in Sonic's world. And he's just like bent on, trying to, like, he's disguising his evil plans as more like, I'm just doing this for the sake of science or something and discovery or some shit like that. Whatever. It could be any of those kind of things that kind of relate to the main character. That you would have them get introduced by Sonic, and then the Sonic is now like trying to rebel with his people, trying to rebel against Robotnik. He's taking over. I mean, that's actually in the game. Robotnik is like capturing all these animals, right? And then and kind of having a nod to one of the animations, because in the animation, one of the animations, not the like really cartoony one, like the one that kind of took it more seriously, that one had Dr. Robotnik. He was like winning, where he's like taking over the entire planet, and Sonic has to like band together all these different animals to try and rebel, and they're just essentially the rebellion to fight against this kind of dystopian world that they're living in, what with animal characters.
Right.
So I would have like if I was like had a chance to redo that, that would have been like the perfect Sonic movie in my view, and that really kind of hone in on the like specific animal characters.
Okay,
but
no joke. I think that remember how the Super Mario Brothers movie, the one from 1993 or 94, whatever it was, ends on a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
I think that the perfect Super Mario 2 movie would actually be a sequel to that, just from how much the original Super Mario Brothers 2 had in common with the original Super Mario. You know what I mean? Like number 2 was like totally different from like number 1.
Right.
Yeah. Like really weird.
That would be fucking funny if they did that, because like Bob Hoskins is dead, so whether they just like CG in a Bob Hoskins with John Leguizamo, and they're like, we're back, and they're like old. I mean, they didn't even introduce like Peach in that movie. It was Daisy was like the fucking princess or whatever. I mean, you could introduce all the weird characters like Birdo and like the fucking like reject characters from 2. Like that'd be fine. I'd be into that.
That's funny.
At some point, Bob Hoskins says that that's the typical thing you do with a Yoshi. You mount him and you just, in order to like reach the ledge, you just like jump off of him.
Yeah.
He's jumping.
Yeah,
he
you
flips him off.
flips him off. Yeah, that animation. Have you seen that? You're talking about that animation, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's that animation where he like the Mario jumps off and flips off the dying Yoshi about to drop down. It's fucked
my
up.
God. That's so funny.
It's hilarious.
You know, I watched I don't know why I did this. I may have had a terrible fever or something, but I watched the Book of Boba Fett last week. I was half expecting, you know, Boba Fett to do precisely that to the Rancor when he was riding him.
That's funny.
Why is the Rancor a fucking puppy now?
I don't know. Cause you know he's a pet.
Yeah.
He's a pet.
I think the best thing about that show were the 2 episodes in which that had nothing to do with Boba Fett.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's unfortunate.
Mandalorian just
Yeah,
back.
Okay, yep.
He's Mandalorian now.
This is
Yeah.
the Mandalorian show now. I'm like, what does it have to do with him now? Like, I wouldn't like if they were gonna do that, like intertwine it with why it's in this show. Like, how does this? And I still don't have an answer why the show is even called Book of Boba Fett. Like, what does that even mean?
I think they just wanted to be a catchy name, to be honest. But I don't think there's really a reason at all.
There's
could've just
definitely no
called it-
reason.
They could have just called it
100%.
Dances with, you know, Tusken Raiders.
I mean, I would take that.
That's exactly what it was for the first half, and then
Mhm.
you know they supposedly get killed off by, you know, by the bikers, which I thought, okay, no way a bunch of bikers killed them. I was like a bunch of hicks coming up to, like, you know, the Native Americans and killing them all. Which, if that's, you know, a criticism, well, yeah, sure, but I highly doubt that, you know, Disney's going for that. I'm sure, like, you know, the big bad guys, you know, ended up killing them off. And yeah, that's exactly
Right.
what happened.
Yeah. And that was the thing. The trick was that he thought that they were murdered by the bikers, but they weren't.
Right.
So now it becomes a revenge story at the last moment.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay. Sure.
And the descendants of the bikers got to be real pissed because he killed them all off.
True. If there's even any left of the bikers to even have, like, they haven't shown any characters that lived through that or knows that or whatever. You know what I mean? It'd be kind of out of pocket if they decided, oh yeah, so it turns out there's another biker gang that, like, you forgot to kill and now they're mad at you. I'd be like, come on, man.
Right.
Now we're just making up some, you know, conflict.
You know who should have been the, you know, big kingpin of the whole thing? I mean, Ming-Na Wen's character.
Yeah, that would have been fine too, cause she's like, oh, you know, you're just a bad overlord, you know, like
Yeah.
you're letting passion and stuff get in the way or whatever. It would have been better if she ended up being the one to betray them, or something like that. I mean, come on, they're thieves. Like, come on, just lean
Yeah,
into
they're-
this. Like, come on, they're bad
This time-
people. Like, let's lean on the fact that they're bad people. Like, what is the problem here? Stop making everybody sound like that they're, like, you know, like it was that easy. Honor exists and everybody's a nice people.
Right.
And they killed off that one guy way too fast. He only was, like, around for 2 episodes.
Which guy?
The one that it apparently
That's how
was.
fast they killed him.
Yeah, well, it makes sense that you don't remember him. He's the one, Cad Bane, I think it was.
Ah, yes, that guy. He was cool.
Yeah.
He was from the animations, right?
Exactly. Yeah. It's just too bad that we didn't have time to build him up in this. It's like, oh yeah, you guys all watch the animation. Come on.
Yeah.
That's essentially what that was. It was like, okay, I mean, not everybody watches animations. It was popular, but
Right.
please.
Yeah,
if
guy had-
this character is that important, you gotta build him up, right? Like, you gotta take the time.
Right. Or you don't
What
always
about,
have to kill them off, you know?
Wait, what?
You don't always have to kill them all
Yes,
off.
you don't always have to.
Yeah,
kill
you
them
think they would have learned their lesson with Darth Maul and killing him off too soon, and just to bring
Exactly.
him back. It's like, but no, they're just gonna do it again, and they'll bring back Cad Bane eventually again
Probably.
too.
Mhm.
Oh, it's just cybernetic now. Okay, like
off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, classic.
it's just sometimes
much.
just this Disney series are just too short sometimes. Like they don't have enough. They don't have enough room to actually like develop their stories. Like that's the that's my current problem with the current incarnation of like Moon Knight. Like I feel like they could go in and elaborate on so many more things that are
Everybody
that are
else
going,
caught up.
that are going
Is
on.
caught up with it? Anybody?
No, but I don't care.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty much caught up. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm caught up too.
I think the last episode from last week is probably
The best.
best episode. And I feel like there's a lot of people that actually enjoy the show, and some people like I know that was talking to me earlier, asking me about like if I've been watching it. He's been really liking it, but I mean, as all the praise that he's giving it, I'm all like, I don't know though. Like, it's been 5 episodes, and the 5th episode actually was good in my opinion.
Yeah.
The rest was like okay. It's not bad.
So-
It's just
So yeah, that's an opinion that I've been
feeling
hearing
it, you know
a
what I mean?
lot. That it's okay. I'm personally enjoying it quite a bit, but I'm more interested in hearing why you don't like it so far, or like what are the things that that just don't sell for you.
So the beginning setup was
Do you wanna do you wanna do a summary of it?
I suppose so. So basically, the main character that we get introduced to is Steve Grant, and that's the main character that turns into Moon Knight, and he's kind of this geeky retail worker at a museum that has this obsession with Egyptian mythology.
Right.
And essentially, see, what I'm like summarizing, it already sounds like exactly why I didn't like it, which is the kind of cliche. Oh,
Right.
let's do what you need to do a superhero movie. All right, well then, main character's a dork. He's getting powers, and now he's a Chad. Like,
Right.
we've been there before. Can we not do this again? Like,
Honestly, watching the
Ironic,
first
'cause
two,
the character in the comics isn't like that at all.
yes,
It's kind of weird that they went for.
right.
So,
But
the
they
whole
introduced
thing
the
is that-
alter. The
I was
alter
gonna say.
or the other personality who is Moon Knight is Mark.
Yeah.
And he's the badass former assassin / mercenary, whatever you want to call him. And he is actually Moon Knight, in the sense of like the common costume and whatnot.
Yeah.
But we're going on the assumption that Grant is the main one. You see that he has a version of the alterated costume of the Moon Knight. So he's like in the comic, it's Steve Grant is like the more intellectual alter, and his version is the detective Moon Knight version. And we're like early on, so I'll give the benefit of the doubt that the way they portray it is interesting in the sense that he has no idea about this whole Moon Knight shenanigans and whatnot, and he's kind of just being pulled into it. And we already know that he's really intelligent, and they kind of do those like montage-y type of setup where it's like, oh, he has like a really bad sleeping problem, and in order to the sleeping problem is that he'll sleepwalk, and he can't control that, and he'll like wake up somewhere else randomly. And the way that he tries to stop it is that he tries to stay awake, and the way he can stay awake is by like reading a lot, doing a lot of math problems, doing a lot of intellectual like research, I guess you could say, and that's how he kind of bled into him just knowing so much about like Egyptian gods and like
also
all that stuff.
He also cuffs himself
Right, he cuffs
up to the
himself,
bed,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, he cuffs himself on the bed to stop himself from actually being able to leave. And that's kind of like how he, circumvents the sleepwalking situation, which of course we're all assuming that it's because Mark is trying to get out, of course, later on.
Right.
So, yeah. Yeah, and, you get introduced some other characters that know him as Mark, and he's supposedly married as well, to this woman that only knows him as Mark,
Right.
and he's getting kind of intertwined with this group that is I guess you
It's a
could say
cult.
a cult, yeah,
Yeah.
a cult that revolves around a certain Egyptian god, and we later reveal like that the god that's in him is one of the Egyptian gods and is trying to exact judgment on people, and the god that the leader of the cult is has a god inside him as well, a different one that also does judgment on people, but they judge them based on potential future acts. So you're getting, if you're not balanced, your heart is not balanced on the scales, meaning that you will in the future do a sin, and therefore you will get killed. And like that's the differing nature of the two gods. One kills before they even had the chance to make that choice, and the other one kills after, like as punishment. And they're trying to resurrect that the cult's trying to resurrect the god. They kind of get pulled into this situation where they have to go and find the sarcophagus. And this is like, and that's like what, like episode 3 or something like that by that point. So it really took like half the season to even get there. And then we get like minor introduction with the love interest, who is a archaeologist, I guess you could say, or she's like a thief, I suppose you could say, but really knowledgeable about Egyptian tombs and whatnot, which falls in line a little bit with Steven's kind of interests too, because they're kind of like matching in how smart they are. We're on episode 5, so we've gotten more into the like supernatural, because everything else leading up to is kind of feels like all standard like Marvel affair type of stuff. Or
Yeah,
like
it's funny.
hero
They
affair.
kind of go for a couple of times for a vibe of like, kind of like the Mummy movies, almost trying to like hit the grandness of Tomb Raiders, but never even coming remotely close to like achieving that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not even. It doesn't have that same allure. Like, it doesn't have that level of them being Tomb Raiders, really.
Yeah, yeah. Even though they're kind of going for that, especially because they're going to eventually end up in the fucking pyramids, which is the biggest tomb.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like that. It's funny. As soon as like the second or third or second, the first or second episodes, ended, I ended up realizing, oh, it's like, yeah, this nerdy guy who, through some, Egyptian, artifacts, he becomes, this, he gets a second personality and becomes the embodiment of justice, and deals out, justice in probably, poetic justice type of ways. It's like a live version of like the beginning of Yu-Gi-Oh. If you remember the very first episodes, in fact, the manga of Yu-Gi-Oh, pretty much started with that. The kid just finds, the millennium, pyramid thingy that he uses, and then he kind of just, his alternate version of Yu-Gi-Oh, he just kind of dishes out like ironic punishment to people who wrong him.
Mm-mm. He's like a pseudo hero. And then but the animation went the whole like it's a tournament type of thing or something.
Eventually, like the whole card game came about, and at that point the guy was like, I could do interesting things from week to week, or I could make money. So just a smart one.
Yeah, he went for the like, oh, I can make this into a card game.
Yeah. Some things I like about this show, it's just how he's changed from personalities to personalities portrayed, because typically when you see these kinds of movies and shows where there's like alternate personalities, you always, like, the audience is always omniscient, like we always know what each personality is up to, whereas in this one, like some at least towards the beginning of the show, like you're always only seeing like things from like one personality's like point of view. Like Steven will just wake up somewhere randomly holding a knife to someone. It's like, how the fuck did I end up here?
Yeah, or like there was pretty much like there's these sudden gaps of him like waking up and then like suddenly there's a situation occurring, like he's in the middle of a gunfight or something like that, or in the middle of something else.
Yeah.
So they're like unknowingly switching the personalities, and yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, like the personality is pretty much for the very first half. Like they don't really know what each other is up to.
Yeah, they don't know that each other exists, and then when they finally do, they can see each other through reflections, which is, I'll give them that. That's a pretty interesting way for them to interact with each other.
It's classic, you know.
Yeah. I think, and then the latest episode's was interesting just because like we really dived into more of that supernatural element.
Yeah. And into his psyche, you know, like what ended up.
Yeah.
What was so traumatic to him that he ended up, you know, create. Yeah, exactly. And I buy that. You know, out of all traumatic things, you know, that could happen, yeah, I can see that happening.
Yeah, it was definitely something that when we were watching it, I predicted that the mother was just either she's dead or they never talk.
Right.
And so it made total sense that was linked to Grant. And then I feel like the show really wanted you to know, or really wanted to convince you that, oh yeah, Steve Grant's the main.
Yeah.
And then Mark is the alter. And it never came off across to me like that, and it made it sound like they made it like when it was like being revealed, like as if it was a big shocker.
Yeah, I was confused about that too, because I did always get the, you know, the feeling that like, oh, it's Steven is the, you know, the nerdy personality is actually the alternate. He's not,
right.
You know,
right.
Whereas Mark is actually the original, and like, when precisely that was revealed, I was like, okay, I mean, I guess that's a revelation.
Yeah, it's like, ooh, I wonder who got shocked by that one.
Yeah. And let's see, you know, they portrayed, you know, domestic abuse in the most wholesome of ways. You know, like they never really show it, and that's perfectly fine. I just don't know that it was, you know, very effective. You know.
Yeah, what you're talking about? What is it you're talking about?
I mean, when, you know, the mother is just like, you know, pretty much, you know,
like,
you know,
like
hitting,
an asshole.
You know,
yeah.
It's just,
yeah. So
she's a real dick.
Yeah. So one of the things is that the main character as a child, you know, he was with his brother, and that's when some accident occurred. Let's just fast forward to the accident, and then say that it was an accident. He blames himself for it. The brother's dead, and so does the mother blame him too, because he was like the older brother or something like that, and he was there when the brother drowned. And that's when the altar was necessary, because he was getting beat up by his mom. So I guess Kevin Feige was saying, "Oh man, this is so extreme. Like, we're really pushing the envelope." I'm underwhelmed even with that revelation of the mother beating him. I'm all like, okay. I understand that we're dealing with a serious subject here, but it's not as pushing the envelope as
they've done that before, and like Daredevil and stuff with Kingpin and his father beating him and his mother, and then him killing him with a fucking hammer. You know,
but you don't understand. This time it's the mother.
Oh.
Wow. Or more like, you don't understand. This is actual Marvel this time, not Netflix Marvel. I'm like, oh, okay, fine.
Yeah, now it counts, guys.
I mean, I just thought it completely, you know, unrealistic, because, you know, she went for the belt, and, you know, she's a Latina mother. Obviously, she would have gone for the chancla, for the sandal. You know?
Yeah. And you're like, that's not real.
I feel like that's one of the limitations of, like, you know, trying to be as family friendly about your, you know, domestic abuse. You can only go so far.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And
No,
also,
I mean we were saying this months before the fucking series came out, where they were saying this is gonna be the most brutal one ever. It's like on Disney Plus, like really, like
right.
come on.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, like okay, yes, the serious matter, you know, beating the parent beating child, that's the serious matter. But if you really if you take that out and watch the rest, it does not push the envelope anywhere else at all.
Right.
So it was like, okay, you call that, okay, I guess you call that pushing the envelope.
Yeah.
I expected
Funny,
a
'cause
little
they've
bit.
already,
Yeah.
yeah, they dealt with tough subject matter in those Netflix shows, right? You're dealing with
Yeah.
Jessica Jones and rape and all like forced murder, and dealing with the Punisher brutally killing all these people, and it's like
I
even
still
with
have
that,
to see that. I haven't watched The Punisher at all.
yeah, I mean,
Oh,
you get a glimpse of it
nice.
in Daredevil season 2, right? Where he's like in the prison and he's just destroying guys, like with and he's like stabbing them in the neck, and he's kitchen knifing all these dudes and shit, and he's like, it's brutal, but like in that they're not showing that much.
Right.
But they're filming it in a way, and it's written in a way where it's still really impactful to watch it. And it doesn't sound like this is that, which again, not surprising. But even on something like Netflix, with them having been Marvel shows on Netflix, where we already know that it's not gonna be necessarily they're not going to show everything. It's not going to be like insanely brutal, but like it's still it hit when it needed to hit. And with Disney Plus, at least from the stuff I've seen, some of the other shows, like it's still way more tame than even the Netflix stuff. By a mile.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about it with the whole Kingpin fighting Kate Bishop thing, and she's on strings, and it's it's just like it takes all of the pack out of the punch. It's just taking.
Yeah.
It's like, what's the point of even showing this if it's all fluff? It's just,
Yeah, I expected here to have the villain really carry a lot of maybe some like a deeper psychological situation. But I guess we're only gonna go with oh yeah, he got beat as a child, and that's the and then we're just never gonna delve deeper into other things that could be just as interesting and subject
Ethan
matter.
Hawke Ethan Hawke tries to do as much as he can to like have this character be a charismatic leader, that would be the kind of person that attracts vulnerable people into cults, but they give him so little to work with.
Yeah, it's too short. It's too short.
Yeah.
Like the things that they do at least was getting me interested. At least I actually was like watching it only because like he was doing a good job as playing a villain. Because the thing was that kept on drawing me and making me come back was for me to learn more about his like relationship with the god that's inside Mark and Steven. Because I like that later on you find out that he actually was, so they're called avatars, by the way. So the people that are being possessed by these gods, or like they're holding on to the vessel, like they're the vessel for the gods, they're called avatars. And so Ethan Hawke's character was a former avatar for the for that god that is Moon Knight. What was it called again? Khonshu or something like that?
not true. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Khonshu, yeah.
Khonshu, there you go. And I was like interested in the fact that it turns out that he was a former, like in some ways he's like a former hero in some sense. He's a former avatar that knows Khonshu really well and has I guess a fundamental disagreement on like how things need to be done, and he really does play it out in a way where he makes Khonshu sound like a fucking psychopath, right? Like this guy is not well and he's just manipulative. There's no redeeming quality of him, but it really didn't they didn't lean on it enough. I think they didn't give enough time for us to kind of like really like understand the differences of their philosophies, and also maybe even a flashback like showing that what he did before. What did Khonshu do to, like we can play on this fact of like, let's say that there's something reflective or mirroring the villain in the main characters, that Steve Grant wants to have full control of his body, but Mark is just like always trying to like fight back and stuff, right? And Steve is just want to, have his own life. What if that was the same situation between Khonshu and like, Ethan Hawke's character, where it's like they have like a disagreement of doing things and doing different ways, and they are like fighting back and forth, and one's always inside his head trying to tell him to do whatever he's doing in a different way.
Right.
And, and being manipulative about it,
I do think that they do a good job of just showing that, Khonshu is definitely not a benevolent force. Like, he's definitely a manipulative, entity with its own, agenda.
Right.
His agenda is still pretty, like, straightforward. I'm just going to punish the bad guys after they do, some bad crime. But he'll definitely go, way, beyond what he should be doing. He will literally manipulate people, that are vulnerable and on the verge of death to follow his path just to get his, his stuff done. Right.
I think, I think it's just the fact that there's only 6 episodes. I think that's I'm not saying this is a bad, like conceptually it's good, but you can only do so much in fucking 6 episodes. So it's like just really not.
I think that's one of the reasons too. With like, say for example, the whole thing with the mom didn't work for me. It's like we just met her. We literally, this is the first time we see the mom, for like 10 minutes, and we're supposed to we're supposed to buy her from her, going from a loving mom to somebody who's like, oh, you're the reason why my other son is dead. It's your fault. I wish you were the one who was dead. It's like,
it's like, man,
I just met her 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, it was totally montaged. It just, it really wasn't enough time. Honestly, I was like, when we were watching this latest episode, I was telling Brenda, this is what the show should have started out with. It should have been like, this is episode 2, like, it's okay. Like, it would have been great because it just gives us the excuse to jump timelines, to jump perspectives, to just get into the really gritty part of their story. Because in the 5th episode, the character's dead. And he's in the quote-unquote afterlife. And it's kind of like a... what was that Robin Williams film? Something about dreams?
What Dreams May Come.
Yes, that one. You know how, like, in that one, it was everything was in the painting as he remembered it? Like, in the... Right? So it's the same thing. They take the cycle of...
I've never seen that movie. What's What Dreams May Come about?
Oh, so the main character... Go on, yeah.
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Like, Robin Williams' character dies, and I don't remember, like he's seeing, like, basically he's seeing, like, his loved one, specifically, like, his wife, after he's died. Like, I think she kills herself, and, like, she goes to hell, and he has to, like, go rescue her, and it's shenanigans in the afterlife. That's basically what's happening.
Right.
Yeah, that's funny because that's taken from the
like Dante's,
from the
You could take Dante's Inferno, and then there you go.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's funny because that's the line from the famous Hamlet monologue of To Be or Not to Be is like, what dreams may come when we have shoved off this mortal coil.
Yeah, I mean, like, I say shenanigans, but it is a serious movie. It's not a comedy.
Yeah, it's not a... It's not a happy movie, I tell you that much.
All this existentialist
hard.
Shenanigans.
Yeah. I feel like some people just don't give that movie credit for what they were trying to do. Like, that was a really well done concept of talking about heaven, hell, your perception of the purgatory, and that it's not necessarily just Jesus Christ versus devil, like it isn't like that. Like, everything was kind of put into like your own dimension. Like your own perspective, like how you view your heaven is very different from somebody else viewing their heaven. And
like personally, if you put me in a room, with like Christians singing, to God 24/7 for eternity, that would be hell for me. Like heaven would literally be hell for me. Be ironic if I ended up in heaven as punishment instead of hell.
It's
So-
funny that you say that. I was thinking that because I recently played BioShock Infinite, and like you know how you start that game and you go through Colombia and it's like these whitewashed streets and like they're singing and it's supposed to be super pleasant, and I'm like,
Yeah.
this is way creepier to me than Rapture. Like this is way scarier. Like because it's like there's this undertone of like racism and extreme hatred that's there, but they don't acknowledge it, and it's just like
Right.
super like 20s, like everything's like great, everything's fine, and I'm like, this is way scarier to me than like this underwater city where like everyone's gone crazy, like because you know that all that stuff is just bubbling under the surface,
Yeah,
and it's
bubbling.
just like
It's like baked
Yeah.
into it. You can't get
Yeah,
rid of it.
it's-
It's
yeah,
there.
it's like a horror movie that's basically it's set during the daytime, but that makes it
It's like
way
pretending,
more
right?
scarier. Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
It makes it way scarier than
It's very unsettling.
a dark and stormy night type of thing. It's actually yeah,
It's very rare to
way
pull that
more
off,
unsettling,
right?
yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
it's
that
very rare to
subtlety
pull
is
that off.
really
Like
hard.
horror in a very
Yeah, oh, yeah.
pastel, bright, beautiful world. It's
yeah,
like
for sure.
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of like what Midsommar was going for too.
Yeah,
Right,
absolutely.
right. Yeah. No, I 100% agree. Very, very accurate.
In
And
fact, the creepiest place in Elden Ring looks exactly like Midsommar. Ugh.
oh yeah, that one everybody, everybody, yeah, that one. Everybody keeps on referring that one.
Yeah.
That place.
Good
Where was
place.
it called again? Windmill Village
They-
or something?
Yeah, it's just a windmill village.
Yeah.
It's
I
just
that one I
creepy
had
as
to
hell.
that one I for sure put that I was like I'm putting it on this TikTok because this is creepy. This is TikTok worthy.
Sorry, a bit of
Um,
a spoiler there.
It's all good. So yeah, the episode that is episode 5 is exactly that, where he's in his purgatory, I guess you could say, or in his mind, and everything that is there is just like a reflection of what's going on in his head. And you're in an insane asylum, so it was kind of a nod to the comic where that they were making reference to like maybe everything was happening in his head in the first place, that him being a hero never existed. And
I really like that twist though, where like
Right.
the insane asylum is actually his head. It's himself just trying to like rationalize away, like
Yeah.
him hallucinating away like the harshness of his reality. That hey, you're kind of suffering of a terrible, split personality, and it's destroying both of your lives.
Mhm.
And you're right now in like a boat of in a boat full of the dead, going to your final rest.
Right. Yeah. And then and I like this too because it also explains that the different versions of this like pocket dimension exists for every person. So if you have a different religion, and there's a different process for where you like on assumption, because she said like one of the characters
Oh,
say
yeah.
it in a really simple way, where it's that like this is just one of many different versions of like your passage to either being judged to heaven or hell or whatever your equivalent to that is. So really this is just only like in your head.
Yeah, don't they also mention the ancestral plane or something? Wasn't that a nod towards Black Panther?
Yeah. That's a really good point. That like every like even had the same color palette too when he was visiting his ancestors when he was taking the what was it the root.
Right.
Right.
Whatever that was.
The flower or whatever.
The mystical acid.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it looked a lot like in some of the color palette of that same kind of like setting from what we saw in the show in episode 5. But I think this would have been a good way to just like have us kind of introduced to the character in the different parts of his life, because it showed that you can jump between all his different memories, and that some of the memories he's never experienced was because some of those memories are from his other personality, Mark. That Mark was trying to like stop him from, or like save him from the heartache of knowing the truth of what was going on. Which, you know, speaking of this, I find it weird. Maybe it needs to be a little bit more explanation to me, but I found it weird that Steve Grant's personality is brought up because he's like he'll switch personalities to Steve Grant to shield him from the beatings that the mom would dish out on him. And that, for whatever reason, Steve Grant can't remember any of it. And I'm all like, is that how that works? Because I could have sworn it was like...
I was confused as to why, okay, so he's trying to preserve him from remembering beatings by having him present while he's, you know, getting beat up.
Yeah. That was odd.
Yeah.
I was like
if
why
you're
does
not,
Steve Grant
do you get it,
that?
you know, Apollo? It's like, he's trying to prevent him from getting, you know, remembering the beat up, you know, getting beat up by his mom. But when he's getting beat up by his mom, it's Steve Grant, the personality, instead of Mark.
And Steve Grant's the one, yeah. And for whatever reason, Mark remembers it, which was the point of why Steve Grant exists. But why does he remember it and Steve Grant doesn't? So that's the thing that was super confusing for me, at least, was like, huh? Like, wasn't that the point? Like, the point was so that the main personality doesn't suffer from that. But he still remembers it, which is fucking weird. Right? Isn't that still doing damage to him? Like, isn't the point of the altar so that the main doesn't remember any of it? Because as far as I remember from any other, like, you know, documentaries and, like, you know, tell-alls and stuff like that, like, usually it's the other way where, like, the personality doesn't remember any of that. Like, the main personality.
Right.
And it's the altar that's, like, saving the main person from these things. So yeah, that was fucking weird. I don't know.
Yeah, like, yeah. I mean, the whole idea of, like, you know, multiple personalities is interesting in a way, just because there's, you know, there's the...
I definitely
there's
don't
the question
mind
of, like,
them doing that,
I mean, there's,
you know?
Yeah, I mean, there's
like,
the question of, like,
mainly the character.
do you have a different personality or do you have a different persona? Because by the point you have, like, you know, by the point you have different, you know, memories and you have completely different perceptions of the world and one doesn't have access to the others, you just have a different person inside of you.
Right. So yeah, I mean, you know, we'll see what happens. There's one more episode.
You know what I thought was really funny? Like, there was a moment where, like, Khonshu has to move, like, the stars themselves to make them look like they looked like 2,000 years ago, so that they can, like, you know, pinpoint the location of this place. I'm thinking, you know, you could have just looked it up on Google. It's not like there isn't, like, you know, a million apps you could just reference, you know.
Right.
We just had to show off the powers.
Yeah. And get himself imprisoned because, you know, you couldn't just have him save the day all the... Yeah.
Right. And then there's another... you know, that's another
That's
thing,
the reason why they took him out.
Don't...
Because if he was, you know... Because if he was, you know, if he still had the power to become Moon Knight, he would never get killed. So they had to take Khonshu out.
Because he has, like, he's practically bulletproof.
Yeah.
Supposedly.
He can heal from anything, right?
Or, yeah, he can heal. Like, he has healing factor of some sort. But, they had to have a reason to kill him or to take away the abilities, so I guess, sure. It feels weird that they don't mention Eternals at all. Like, dude, there was, like, more gods around this place. Like, did you not know about these gods or something? Or, come on.
Right.
Well, yeah. Well, that's one thing I like about this is that they are actual gods in the sense that they are actually, you know, I don't know, magical creatures. Like, they're not aliens. They're not, you know, super advanced robots left over by an alien. They're just...
Well, that's the thing. Like, they never really explained it, right?
Yeah.
Like, they don't explain their origins at all. Like, where they come from, if they come from anything, you know? Like...
Yeah.
They're just kind of... They're kind of just gods. Like,
yeah,
that's it.
Yeah.
But that's the thing that's, like, so weird, and I don't understand why they also don't. They even say that, like, oh yeah, we just don't meddle with humans no more. I'm like, yeah, but why?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but why? Like, what? Like, you don't explain, like, what had happened previously. Like, what was the issue? You know? I don't understand. It really, yeah, man. It really doesn't go in the weirdness of Supernatural that I would want them to. Especially, you're dealing with gods, like.
Right. I mean, they're pretty. Gods are pretty weird, and they're all
Exactly.
they're all assholes.
And on top of that, like you what have you been doing this whole time, right? Like further explain. Okay, like Eternals gives us like explanation, like why they don't meddle with humans, right? At least.
Yeah.
And whereas in this one, it's
Those
like
guys.
we just don't do anything. Like what? Like our rules are not to meddle with humans ever again.
Right.
Like, but don't you make the rules? Like,
I know.
Look, I don't make the rules. Yes, you do.
This is the way things are. This is the way.
It's for
That's
the greater good. The greater good.
Yeah, see, that's another thing they could have leaned on, too, here, is the fact that Ethan Hawke is building a cult, and then the gods themselves is a cult, right? Like, where is the line that draws between them, like... You're possessing people's bodies, for crying out loud. Like, why do you even need to exist anyways, too? Like, it's so confusing because...
That's true. Why do they have to... That's true. Why do they have to be on Earth at all? It seems like they're okay in the other dimension. Or whatever it is.
I mean, see, this is the problem with introducing gods, though, in a fucking universe like this in the first place, where it's just like, okay, well, now there's just a rabbit hole of questions that are gonna go unanswered, and you're just gonna have to assume they're just gods. That's it. Like, that's the explanation.
Like, see, that's the thing that I'm saying, like, right now that I have a problem with their, like, the MCU stuff right now is, like, there's no... The rules are very unclear.
Yeah.
It's very unclear. Like I give Eternals this, that it was that they had a reason, right? Like there was a reason for them to not get involved. They were just being ordered to, right? They're kind of like, and then furthermore that they're being ordered to, which necessarily isn't really like the good thing to follow anyways, maybe. And there is that balance, right?
Like
that
brainwashed, essentially.
I mean,
That's like programming, basically, how they're built, and they're like
exactly
like Angelina Jolie's character, I guess, is like breaking her programming, like unintentionally.
Yeah,
which is it's a cool concept. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And at least there's some sort of rule set that they are following.
Yeah.
And then Thor, of course, is where like they're just dealing with all the other. Especially look. Very simple
another thing where they're not really gods. They're supposed to
they're
be
like
aliens that think they're gods. Yeah,
right.
I mean, and that's the thing is that they came to Earth, millennia ago, and then people perceive them as gods. Like, I don't know why they call themselves gods. I guess we're just supposed to assume, but like that's fine. Like they're just aliens, but it's just,
right.
But that's the thing. That's what I mean. Like,
interesting.
there's so many different layers now. It's like, there's these aliens that think they're gods, but then there's the Eternals who are robots, but they're perceived as gods, and then there's the ones above them who made them, and we don't. What did they explain? What the fucking Celestials like? I mean, they're gods, but like, did we get like exactly where they came from?
Oh,
like in Eternals.
I remember from when they did explain the Eternals, they were born of the universe.
But they're also born of the planets. Like, planets are their eggs.
By connection of the universe, right? So, like, if we say that the universe, has, Big Bang, boom, right? Like, and then the different, like, areas, that planets are an essential, like, egg for a Eternal, then there you go. They don't refer them as gods.
I mean, that's exactly. Right? I mean, and this is just leaving another layer that I hope that they don't explore. Where it's like, well, but the universe is giving birth to them, so the universe must be an entity as well. And it's like,
oh god.
That's exactly why. That's exactly why I was so confused in the. Is why I was confused in the Eternals too. As to wait. This Count Superman has a point. Like,
right.
All these billions of people have to die, so this, so they still exist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe that's something that's meant
the natural
to happen.
order. Yeah. Exactly. That I see that I'm glad that we're talking about this because we didn't really talk about it last time. Because it was interesting because the conflict was, oh, this is the natural order of things. And then that comes in the debate, okay, do we just let nature take its course or do we save these people? Like, there's choice involved.
Right.
And that's interesting, and I like this because it kind of puts the Celestial maybe in the bad guy seat, but at the same time, you know, it's just like, what then at the same time, aren't we just fucking it up further? You know, like, and that's good. Yeah. Like, that's a good basis for the rest of the MCU. Like, that questioning, where do we stop with powers or where do we stop with, you know, doing certain things if the natural order of things is just us not existing in it. It almost you could almost say that it's like, you know, to some level, you can even like relate it to like environmental issues that we have, like us existing as the human race being so advanced, we're also causing a lot of waste. So like, what's the responsible thing to do, and still not just kill ourselves, right? Like, you know, like there's just like there's a lot more to that's good for the story to debate about, and there's a lot more, you know, factions that could play into it. But to bring it back, Eternals, like they at least had those ground rules, and they had something to structure it in terms of like the limitations and where they fit in the grander scheme of like what's going on with the universe and stuff like that. And you know, Loki has their ground rules where it's like, you know, the concept of trying to clean up the alternate timelines to make one streamlined one, and that's the debate too, where it's like, is that even the natural order of things, and should that even be the case, right? Like, if we're scrubbing away people's decisions, and which again also links to the Moon Knight situation, where the main villain is like, they're scrubbing away people's lives, killing them before they even make the choice. Is that even fair?
Maybe that grandma was a serial murderer in the future.
Yeah, you know,
it's the whole pre-crime thing, right? Where it's the Minority Report. It's that same 100%. Dilemma, right?
100%.
Imagine you just receive tickets in the mail for all the times you're going to be, you know, speeding.
You get tickets prior to the speeding. That's so funny.
Well,
what if it? Oh my god, that's such a mindfuck. What if then you like, oh man, I was gonna go speed there, so you know what? I'm not going there. So therefore, the ticket. What does it happen? Like a Back to the Future situation? It disappears.
Yeah, it's that classic question of of Hitler, right? Where it's like, do you go back in time?
Do you go back in
baby
time?
Hitler? Like, but he's just a baby. Like, these like you become a baby murderer. If you don't know that he's actually going to become, you know, like, he could be whatever he wants. Is the future actually written? Or is it, you know, can you actually change it? And it's just, and
you know, this is like interesting territory. What a fucking 6 episode cannot possibly, you know, like, go over with Moon Knight.
We should make it skin exactly that. You know, a nice afternoon,
baby Thanos,
a beautiful couple. no, just a nice couple with their child. They're just swinging, putting him in the swing, and some guys in
some guy comes out in a Terminator like effect. He just looks like a big bubble. He shoots
in his head, and it's like, we did it, guys. It's like, oh no, my little Adolf, are you okay?
Oh my god. That's so dark, dude. That's so dark. Oh man. That's not going to be family friendly for
I know, right?
For Disney.
That's why we're gonna have it in the Goob Squad Network Plus.
That reminds me of that fucking Peacemaker episode where they're like going into the facility and like he has like the X-ray fucking goggles where he can see like the fucking the aliens in their heads. And she's like talking to him. She's talking to the old lady. She's like, "Hi." It's like, "Do you have any wares today?" It's like, "Well, I don't." And she just blows her head off. It's like, oh, shit. She just doesn't know what's going on.
Oh my god.
That show was great.
It was awesome.
It was way better than it had any right to be.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly,
really funny.
the last decision that Peacemaker makes, pretty pretty big decision, like pretty crazy decision. Like they really tried his character.
Yeah,
For sure.
yeah, definitely. His father though, in his plastic armor and his fake
Oh,
Aardman looked like
Yeah.
was
Robert
hilarious.
Patrick in that role is just fucking awesome. It's so fucking
Yeah.
funny, dude.
It's so hilarious.
He's such a piece of shit.
Yeah,
really a
he
piece of
really
shit.
is. They're
He's the
really
worst fucking
fuck.
human being.
It's- God.
You know, it's really a wonder that Peacemaker didn't turn out way worse.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
100%. Oh man, that's funny. What was it? Yeah, Moon Knight.
Moon Knight.
We'll see where it's going with the whole thing, and hopefully they actually kind of pinpoint explanations of like what the fuck these guys are and why do they need to exist. Because as far as I can tell, like they don't do anything. You're like we don't meddle with humans, and like, but why?
You know, it just seems like at this point there's a whole bunch of like ancient, demigods or or
They're
gods.
just hanging
They're
around.
just they just don't do anything.
Nothing to do. Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
probably
I don't
just
get
watching
it.
Space Netflix.
Space Netflix. Oh my god. I don't know, man. Like it seems weird that they don't like it doesn't even refer to the fact that I don't know, like I don't know. Like you could say that their reasoning for some of it is like, "Oh yeah, we're trying to keep it far removed from the Marvel universe." I'm all like, "But you're so how do you ignore it?" You like at a certain point you can't. Like it's bleeding into certain things that are already like a talking point of other characters that exists and what they do, and like you gotta at least give us something, even if it's like a 2-liner thing, like just anything. I even like when Thor was like talking about like, oh, you don't fuck with the stones or else it's kind of like a signal to the rest of the universe that the planet Earth is like ready for a higher level of a higher level of war or something like that, or warfare. I'm all like, damn. What does that mean?
We don't even know the power levels of the different gods. Like what it's like you have Thor and Loki and those guys, and they're aliens, but they're insanely powerful compared to humans and other quote unquote gods. And then you have the Eternals, who are robots, and then you have the Celestials who made them. But at the same time, isn't Thanos doesn't Thanos come from like that same branch of whatever, that same godlike branch where he's like half deviant and half
like eternal,
whatever, eternal. So it's so the power levels are all over the place. Like what are they doing? And then you have whatever you're talking about with Khonshu and the other gods. Like how powerful are they if they're actual quote unquote actual gods? You have no idea.
I don't understand.
It would be interesting if they were just instead of like power levels, there were some sort of element in the universe. Like they represented some sort of concept. Like one was like those things in Young Justice, where like one section of this mystical things are represent chaos, and the other ones
chaos
represent
and
order.
order. Yeah, for basically they can't meddle because they it gains power on the balance of the scales between both chaos and order. So essentially, it's water and oil. Like it's not a power level limit. It's more like they just literally can't interact. Like it can only do so much, and that their limits are down to like the familiars and their existence of plane, or whatever plane of existence they have to, which again could be a thing for this.
That's a good that would work actually.
Like where Khonshu can't physically exist in their plane, and maybe for whatever reason he can only interact with the world via the altar, or not altar, the avatar.
Right.
Which I look, man, we're making it up like right now. Like they literally not explain it.
I mean, for all we know, this girl broke the one ring that keeps him here, and now the girl turned into a dude. I'm referencing Elden Ring. That
The
is supposed to
dude.
make sense.
They broke their ring, and then now like they can't go to the world or something like that. But I know like DC is doing a DC like Young Justice does such an amazing job of like explaining like the whole supernatural elements. Like it's like okay, I can understand why they can't just step in all of a sudden. Just we're just going in here. We're super powerful. We're just gonna just solve things. We just go in here and solve it. That's it. Done.
Yeah, and I mean that's also a consequence of the fact that they give themselves plenty of time to explain it.
Yes. Oh yeah.
Like there's
Lot
like
of
what
episodes.
24 episodes right now.
Yeah. And then and it's like been split off into different like was it like 3-4 arcs by now?
Yeah.
And and each one feels very wrapped up next to the other and still finds a way to like leave you enough of information to kind of lead into the next arc in another story. So yeah, I think they're killing it with that. Really well done, like very thought through.
Yeah. I definitely have come to appreciate Vandal Savage. I like the idea of this. He really comes off as a being who's been alive for a very long time.
Right.
Whose vision just like he's seen like when he moves up ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, and then there is a mission that he's doing. Like he's not just some sort of like I just want to dominate the universe or something, or I want to do this and that. Like there is a very, very understandably interesting story here that he's trying to like in a very like nefarious way trying to be a hero, but like he's trying to do what he has to kind of like because he has no choice almost, or he thinks he has no choice. The whole like he turns out he's fighting a war against him and was it Darkseid, and then there's another war happening between Chaos and Order, and then there's another fucking thing happening. Did you see the most recent episode by the way?
The most recent one was the one with where Beast Boy finally gets therapy, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I saw the most recent one. In fact, yesterday.
That's cool. That's cool. Apollo, you haven't seen anything, right?
No.
Okay.
I just remember that fucking at the end of season 3, that fucking secret order, whatever, the light or whatever they're called, like they're still not there. Like they're still we still waiting for them to like whatever they're planning to actually be shown. And I'm like, come on. Like it's been a long time. Like, it's exactly what you were saying, where it's like it's a plan within a plan and a war within a war. It's like that's the only problem I have with Young Justice is it's like,
right now, yeah.
What are we doing with them? Like, what are we doing with those guys? Like, it's been fucking forever.
Years. I'll spoil this at least. We still don't know.
I was gonna say the light. I know this.
I feel like I feel like the light doesn't even exist. Actually, it's been like lately in the episodes that they've been showing. They seem like every group member is dealing with their own shit. You know what I mean? Like it's like, sorry, man. I got this part-time job. I can't do this. I need to pay my bills.
It's like, look, we need to save the future, like right now. There's some time traveling shenanigans going on, and there's some guy over there with depression, and then there's whatever.
Well,
whatever.
Here's okay.
Chaos and
okay.
An order.
I want to bring this up because this is at least interesting to me in the most latest episodes. That's getting me kind of jazzed up for it. Is that we're getting Zod.
Yeah, crazy.
Yeah, and in interesting way, and I don't know what timeline we're in terms of what part has anybody met Zod yet, or is this like how we get introduced to Zod at all? Because in this one, it's like it seems like Zod's son is out into the, out of the Phantom realm somehow, or something like that. And another thing too, he has a son. Like what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
So
Zod
it's
and Zod is black.
yes, Zod is black.
He's colored black. I'm like, really? You guys made bad Superman black? Come on, guys.
Okay.
No, but yeah, it was interesting to see him around. I'm like, oh, well, shit.
Yeah. It's very interesting because this one, it makes him seem like he's like a leader of this cult of Zod cult people. I don't know how you explain them.
Yeah, because
So,
he's still in
yeah.
the Phantom Zone.
Yeah, he's still in the Phantom Zone. So and the son seems like he's trying to get him out of it. I'm presuming, based on what's going on, and I'm curious if like did he get put back into the Phantom realm and Superboy doesn't know about this?
After? Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Is it after he's already met Superman, or is it
Yeah.
in between? Krypton being blown up and
Right.
Superman fighting him for the first time. Yeah.
And it seems like it. I mean, okay. Again, I don't know.
Does he know him?
Is
yeah.
he get put into the Phantom realm because of Krypton as the prison, or
After
did
the
somebody else
events
put
of
him?
Superman 2?
right,
Yeah.
right, like
Where
that
Superman
kind of thing.
probably threw his sign at him and just turned into this giant flag and like wrapped it around him.
Yeah,
I hope
So
that
nobody understands that scene, Phil. By the way.
yeah. To this day,
30
no one
years later.
gets it. Yeah, no one understands that. To this day, we just don't know what the fuck that all means.
So fucking funny, dude. I haven't
so
thought about that in a
random.
long time. Yeah.
just random power out of nowhere.
Saran wrap around him.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Did they go back to
no
the
setup.
Phantom Zone in that movie?
No,
What do you mean they put
I don't know.
Zod back in? I
Yeah, did they put him back in the Phantom Zone again? I forget.
think they do.
I mean,
yeah.
I guess theoretically.
I don't remember. I really like that. I like the second one a lot too. I don't remember that.
Yeah, I like the first two. Like they were perfectly fine.
Yeah.
After that, yeah, it's real bad.
Yeah, it gets
You don't
really,
need to
really
watch
bad.
3 and 4, but
No,
yeah.
Was it three? Was it three? Which one was the one with Richard Pryor in it? Was that
I think
four?
that was. I don't remember. I
The
don't know.
Quest for Peace.
Yeah, Quest for Pieces. Yeah, where he throws the nukes into the sun. Yeah.
I've seen reviews of it by people, just aghast at everything that happened. Like,
Like nuclear man in there. Yeah.
Yeah,
It-
it's like a nuclear Superman powered by
Yeah.
nuclear powers or
and
something.
Superman goes around trying to rebuild things. So
He
one of
really
his
is
powers
just
is to he
the
rebuilds
villain
the
from
wall of
Captain Planet.
China with like his vision. Like, but he uses his vision somehow the bricks put together. He has like brick
Right.
vision.
That's when they were really just like, we don't understand his powers, so we'll just give him anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no limits. That's some good old Silver Age, Superman. We don't understand a fucking thing. Wait, is that Silver Age? I think it's Golden Age. Golden Age is the one where all his powers are just all over the place. No limits, just whatever.
I
So
like
yeah,
to think that
we don't know
they already-
anything about
they
Zod
prob-
right now.
Yeah, I like them that they probably already know about Superman, right? Since
Yeah, I think they do. Yeah, I don't know how, but I guess so. And what's interesting is that it seems like, what was it? What's his name? Metatron.
Metatron, right? One of the new gods, right? The
yeah,
one collects things.
Metatron.
I think it's
I'm
Metatron. I think Metatron is
Metatron?
I think Metatron is another word for hypercube, like a 4-dimensional cube.
Uh-huh.
So that sounds like his name.
That kind of makes sense. Yeah, I guess so. The one that's on the seat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
He apparently is the one that's holding the key to enter the Phantom realm, and that's, and it makes it sound like he knows that Zod's there, and that is it him that imprisoned them in there? That they were such a big threat?
Huh.
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
like I think that he's the one that knows that Zod's there because he kind of alludes to like you don't know what you're doing, like
yeah.
by opening this,
Yeah.
using this device and opening it to get into the Phantom Realm. So yeah, it's questionable what's going on. I mean, I feel like Zod is just going to be another player in terms of like another player involved in a sense where like maybe Savage has to get rid of him too, you know, like another situation where it's like, oh no, like this guy's gonna throw everything out of the, the balance.
Seeing just how far they're into the season, I imagine that his story is gonna spill over into the next season.
Right. Yeah, and it does make sense right now. I'm really surprised that Zod is being put in there, but at the same time, it does not feel like it's out of nowhere. Because so far, there's this kind of idea that balance is a very hard thing to continue with, and that the gods come into play with that, in terms of keeping that balance going. Because he does, like, we start to really dive into his metagenes, where his children is like the precursor to, what was it, the Aqua people, like Aquaman and the whole.
I like how they
city.
set that up. So yeah, Vandal Savage and his people are the ones who conquered the Earth pretty much because they were meta humans, and in order to conquer the rest of third fourths of the Earth that were in their possession, because third fourths of the Earth are water. He sinks Atlantis so that his meta people will adapt to the waters and therefore conquer the rest of the Earth.
Yeah, he did it on purpose to, like, and that was part of the lore and background story of like Atlantis being sunk.
Yeah,
and he was the reason for it. The sacrifice was necessary, as he would essentially put it.
Yeah.
Just so that he can meet his demands.
I mean, hard to argue with the results, I guess.
I guess, yeah. It's a little late now.
Yeah.
He definitely was correct in terms of that they have conquered a lot of the planet.
Yeah. Wait, by the way, do people from Atlantis call Earth Earth? Shouldn't they call it, I don't know, water?
No,
They call it like the surface world or something.
yeah,
That's true,
like
right?
yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure it's like surface dwellers, and then the ocean is just its own separate people. But even
Right.
and then I like here that they even have problems with their own people too. Like, even though there's like a group of different types of people that live in under the water, even they have like issues with each other. Because like they showed how former Aquaman, now just straight up king of Atlantis, is trying to band together in some sort of like council with all the different oceans, all the 7 oceans or something like that. And then there's some of them that just don't agree with him, and like his philosophies and stuff like that. And it's like really hard for him to get any sort of progress because he always has to kind of play this balance of politics between all the different oceans. So it's nice that it's just like interesting where it's just not like as simple it is for him to have like, oh yeah, we're ocean people, get along with the, like our problem is just getting along with the surface people. It's like more like the every damn part of the ocean hates each other apparently.
Yeah.
It's like, no, you're doing no, you're doing it wrong. You're in my territory. Shut up.
Right.
But yeah, I'm curious where they're gonna go with all this stuff happening,
Yeah.
and it's gonna all collide together. Of course, yes, we have the whole like alluding to some like group that is like from the future, and they're trying to prevent something maybe. Supposedly,
yeah.
I don't know.
That Superboy is really involved with, and you already know, right, that he allegedly dies in the
Yeah.
yeah,
And that's
in
how
this
he's
season, right?
somehow. Yeah, he's somehow in the Phantom dimension. We don't know how he got there though.
Yeah.
And that's how like the story is right now, where he meets Zod. You know, and I mean, he has really no choice to participate and help Zod trying to escape too, because his escape is also like linked to them being able to escape, because the Phantom Realm, as they explain it, is something that is so like it's non-physical. Like you can't just physically move things around. Like there's this like weird like mental capability of them having to not succumb to their madness and be able to like move the rocks around. Like there's like floating rocks and shit like around them, and they have to like use their like the strength of their will to move it around. So it's interesting what's going on with this, but we'll see. Can't wait to see what the next episode has to bring us.
Yeah, they've done a pretty good job of keeping the intrigue.
Indeed. Yeah. Speaking of gods, what do you guys think about the official teaser to Love and Thunder?
I liked it. I thought it was fun.
Yeah, it's fun.
In fact, let's see if I can watch it again just to.
So, what do you think? Do you think the Jane Foster? This is like a alternate dimension Jane Foster, or is the same Jane Foster as we know her, and she picks up the broken Thor hammer?
Yeah,
because
it's like put back together. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if just by my gut, I would say probably the same one. I imagine they're gonna, tie. It's gonna be like probably like the comic where she like gets cancer or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense that it would be the same one because we haven't even seen her since Thor 2. So. And they mention her ever so often where it's like, oh yeah, we broke up and she's at this island as a scientist or whatever, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was the same one at all.
Right. I'm curious like how the linkage to like her getting the hammer and stuff.
Yeah, and how it like either she put it back together or it put itself back together or who put it back together.
Right.
I don't know. Yeah.
Like somebody put it back together for whatever reason, probably just as a keepsake, and turns out that she can use it, maybe.
Yeah.
Something like that.
And you see the back of Russell Crowe's head as Zeus.
Oh my god.
Like, who could it be? It's like this was leaked like 2 years ago.
Like we know, we understand, we get it. That's funny.
This is going to be directed by James Gunn again, right?
No.
I think it's Taika, right?
Yeah, it's Taika Waititi. Yeah.
Oh,
same as Ragnarok. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right, Taika Waititi. That's who I was thinking about.
Yeah.
You know why I was thinking that James Gunn is because of Peacemaker, since they have a lot of like the same soundtrack.
Yeah, true.
Right. Yeah. They have very much the same tastes going on there.
Yeah.
I like that. Did you see that this post of like Peacemaker's helmet on Jane Foster?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, they took the shot from that preview or that teaser, and then replaced her helmet with an edited, pretty well edited, by the way. It was actually hard for me to tell at first. With his bucket hat thing, his bucket helmet.
That would change everything.
Yeah, that's so funny. It's like somebody. I like the comments too. Like one of the comments was like, "Oh, so that's where the gravity one went." Because how that one like disappeared.
Floats away. Yeah.
Yeah, it floated away, so like it landed on her, I guess, or whatever. No. That's funny.
I love it when they're using Eagly to deliver the helmet.
And,
it doesn't bomb. And he just played it like he's actually gonna drop it on the right spot. No, he just drops it whatever else because he's a fucking eagle. Man.
Because it's an animal. Come on.
That's so funny, dude.
That's
Eagly,
so
man.
Funny.
That whole concept of Eagly is just fucking hilarious.
Just sprinkle a bag of chip. You sprinkle a bag. He'll think you have a chips with you.
He really treats him like
who feeds the bird chips?
Yeah. Oh my god. I like how some of them are roasting him. It's like, what do you call your daughters? Daughtery? Or something like that. That was fucking hilarious. Oh man.
You know that scene when he discovers that what's his name, Cosmo or whatever, Economos, sent his dad to prison. He's like, what do you mean? Why couldn't you send somebody else? It's like, I didn't know who else, and he just starts listing a shitload of people, just some random celebrities everywhere. That's a one
else,
take.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
a one
yeah.
take.
Yeah, and then they have like more of what he was saying at the end, like in this
Yeah.
stinger. It's pretty funny.
It's really funny.
What'd you guys think about his that partner guy with the glasses?
Oh, Vigilante, he's
Yeah.
fucking hilarious. Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting too, because he clearly has like a I wouldn't say it's like reverse what's that one where you can't emote on your face? Shit.
I mean,
like
he
a
clearly
disorder.
has some.
Psychopath. He's a psychopath. Like,
Yeah,
he
yeah.
doesn't-
Yeah.
Like, he just
Like, he
doesn't
can't-
feel emotion.
Right,
Yeah.
right. He can't feel emotions, but but most of all he's like, well, you could say that, you could also say that he does feel emotions. He just doesn't realize that he's feeling emotions, or he can't identify it.
Right.
So like,
he's-
for instance,
that-
he can't identify other people's emotions. Like, he just can't tell. Like, what does that
Yeah.
mean? Like, he just doesn't
Yeah, he doesn't
understand that.
understand the social cues. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't understand the social cues and stuff like that, and it's just like he doesn't recognize his own, like, the whatever.
Why are you doing your
he-
face exercises right now? It's weird.
Yeah.
Dude, he's crying.
Oh man, yeah, so it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
He's interesting. He was
I
definitely.
mean, his heart is in the right place. He goes to prison to try to to solve the problem, and ends up
Yeah.
tearing
like,
those,
he's trying to defend his friend, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
he also-
ends up
he
kicking a
also-
lot of white supremacist ass. So
Right, and he also makes he makes these interesting like relations of it's like, are you racist if your father's racist too, right? Like,
Right.
that association, guilty by association.
right,
Like, he does like bring up some interesting stuff.
you're that racist superhero. I'm not racist. I'm just saying, your number of people that you killed, that are brown, versus black, that ratio is very, that ratio is very suspect. All right, I'll kill more white people from now on. Are you happy? Yes.
That's funny. So fucking weird.
Yeah. I love that
The
janitor.
intro, I like how the intro has like every character in the show. Like even
Yeah.
Jamil, the fucking janitor, like they have him there.
He's just there for whatever reason.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, what about that fucking judo guy, dude? That guy was like,
Yeah, judo
why are
master,
you
yeah.
still here? Like, you have
Yeah.
no reason to still be here. And then I get it. Like, at the end, he has that little stinger, I guess you could say, that he's like sad that they end up killing the race, I
The
guess.
butterflies. Yeah.
Yeah, the butterfly people. And we're just gonna see him again for some reason. It's such a weird dude.
I think he's hilarious. I love him.
Yeah,
He's
it's
just
really
eating
funny.
his fucking Cheetos.
Yeah, he's always eating
He's
this
always
Cheetos. Like,
eating little Cheetos.
such an odd dude.
I love that that other security guard asks him, "Hey, can I have some?" He's like, "No." Oh, I don't need him. I don't need the carbs anyway. He's like, "I noticed." He's so
Oh,
petty.
man. He's just such a dick.
Yeah.
I was expecting that we were gonna get something from him, like, some sort of like origin story.
Yeah.
Like, how did he become the judo guy? I don't know, judo master, right? Is judo master,
Judo
right?
master.
What the fuck? Such a weird dude.
Yeah. I mean,
And
oh my
he's
god.
just
Like,
hired to do that?
How-
It's like, is he a mercenary or what? Like, what?
I guess so. That ended. I mean, that show kind of ended a lot of things, especially for the rest of the, I guess, DC universe, right? Especially when it comes to their, Suicide Division.
Well, I mean, honestly, I can't really say that like anything can be connected because it's such a debacle with their universe stuff, and then
True.
the Flash universe. Who knows what the fuck he's gonna do?
Right, with the
You know,
Flashpoint paradox. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So like whatever. At this point they could do whatever they want, you know, and like not have it continue in any sort of continuity or whatever. Uh, um, just focus on doing your own thing, I suppose. Like they are gonna do another one, right? Like they're gonna do another Peacemaker season.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Like it had to have done well, right? Like
They did pretty well. Yeah.
yeah. I'd be surprised if it didn't do well. I'll be like, what the? Like, come on, man. Yeah.
What were we talking about before? Young Justice, right?
We were, and then we went into. I did mention like what everybody thought about Thor: Love and Thunder, and we got into
Love and Thunder.
Peacemaker because I made that reference that there was that Photoshop with Jane Foster with the helmet.
All right.
And Guardians of the
Guardians are gonna
Galaxy
be there,
is
too.
still done by James Gunn, right? Like they brought him back for it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be his last Marvel movie.
Right. I mean, you know, makes sense. Type of stuff.
Yeah, I would rather see him do other stuff anyway.
Yeah, like you know, stretch the wings out. You know, always
He's-
come back for a little bit for
He
Yeah.
did
something
a
else random.
He did a very good show. Like,
Yeah, hopefully,
Yeah.
hopefully we get more. Anybody excited for Strange? That's coming out, Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange. Oh,
Yeah.
when is that coming?
It does not look like a horror movie though. Like they keep on saying, it's like, oh, this is our first horror movie. I'm like, where's the horror? Like this freaking thing does not look scary whatsoever. It looks
Well,
fun, but
the
whatever.
original director wanted to make it a horror movie, and
Right,
that's why
and-
he left because of the creative differences, and then they brought in
Right.
Sam Raimi to make it.
Ah,
I
So-
assume more campy and Sam Raimi like. So.
Right.
Yeah, it does not look like it's gonna go the scary route whatsoever. So
Yeah.
okay, well, that's too
There
bad.
was a teaser recently, right?
Yeah, there's probably like infinite amounts. Like I only watched a couple. The last thing, of course, I know of is the whole Xavier thing
Yeah.
with the Illuminati
right.
stuff. So there's only really that I can say. Otherwise, I don't know what's going on with that show. I mean that show, that movie.
That movie.
Yeah. You know, only from based on the cutscenes and stuff like that, or whatever they put in the scenes. Zombie version of him and stuff like that, or an evil version of him and blah blah blah. And then we have this version of what's her name, Miss Marvel or something like that.
Yeah.
That's essentially all I know of. I don't know anything else.
What's her name? The Miss Marvel. Oh,
Yeah.
This one is Miss Marvel Camila
America-
Khan, or something like that.
Okay.
No, this one's America Chavez. The Camila
Oh.
Khan is the one in the
Oh, that's
show
the
that
other
they're
one.
doing. Because we were talking about that before, like why
so
are they
confusing.
introducing two different versions, like when they just introduced the character?
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah. Who knows?
That
Who knows
confuses
how
me
that
all
will
the
work
time.
out. Yeah.
That definitely confuses me all the time. Whenever like, I can't remember. Like, there's too many of those. Like,
Mhm.
Miss Marvel, Camila Khan, Miss Marvel. No, another version of
I
Miss
assume
Marvel.
there will be a reason in the movie of why they're, introducing America
many-
Chavez in the movie, and then
Uh-huh.
Camila Khan
Right.
has her own show
that
like,
is
coming out
interesting.
soon.
Yeah. The multiverse, you know.
Yeah, I
guess
guess.
so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's got to be it.
Mhm.
Yeah, there you go. It's an easy way to explain.
Yeah.
The simplest way to explain, at least.
I gotta take one look at our universe and be like, oh nope, we're getting out of that shit show. It's by far the worst reality. It really is.
The worst reality is if Trump succeeded in becoming president again.
And stealing the election, yeah.
I mean, there's,
We
yeah.
got pretty close.
There is a universe out there.
There's, yeah, I mean, there's still time for him to
Oh,
They're still trying to fucking
my
say,
God.
"Oh, it wasn't real.
Yeah.
true.
We won."
There is
Despite
that
the
whole
numbers
lawsuit
and the
happening.
evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, they put like over 60 different lawsuits. Not a single one stayed. Not
Yeah.
a single one stayed. Like they all
Yeah.
got rejected because there was no evidence whatsoever.
Right.
Yeah.
In fact, the only people who that were found the very handful of um
Manipulation.
of like
Like,
oh yeah the very handful of like people who actually try to vote twice. Just take a gander. Just take a guess at which party. they
yeah,
belong to.
exactly. It's the
Yeah.
people on his side.
Yeah. But
The only people that were guilty of it is apparently his people.
um
So they
What's with
essentially outed themselves.
what's I gonna say? Well, I'm excited for Doctor Strange.
Yeah, it's
If anything, it'll have really
we're gonna have
trippy
a
visuals,
second
and I
one.
like that.
Yeah. If anything, yeah.
No.
Anything. A lot of
think it'll-
characters though. I'm curious like how they're gonna pull that off though.
Do you think it'll consolidate the type of multiverse that we're facing? Like is it like different timelines that will it touch on like Loki's type of like multi universe timelines?
I would certainly hope so. Cause
I assume because they're showing the fucking time police or whatever in the trailer where he's like handcuffed and being escorted by the other Ultrons to the Illuminati. So I assume that will be a focal point of the movie.
yeah, like it would be pretty strange of them not to not touch on that. What's going on with Loki and everything. Be an odd one to not talk about it. I would say that would be unfortunate opportunity
Yeah,
to say like maybe that there's multiple universes where they are trying to like police the different timelines or something like that.
yeah.
Maybe there's like a police for for two timelines or three, or like they're in charge of different versions of the timelines, or like this is the version where blah 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 doesn't exist or something like that, or I don't know.
Well, the way I understood with the time authority, was that, I mean, they called that a timeline, but it was really more like it was a sacred bunch of timelines in one stream, right? Like they couldn't prevent just all of the timelines from existing, but they could only prevent they only needed to prevent the ones that resulted in other cons like him that wanted to conquer everything.
Exactly, yeah. So they just all they were doing is trying to avoid that. So the other ones do exist. It's just that it's not a complete huge divergent
Right.
into in the path that they were trying to avoid.
Right.
So yeah. For all we know, we could be saying that like the Illuminati like characters exist only to like try to, I don't know, separate the other situation or whatever situation, or maybe they're fighting what's his name, Khan, right? What's his name again? Yeah,
Khan.
like they're trying to like maybe they're already fighting him now. Or maybe Doctor Strange is the Khan. Like he has different like versions of himself that he has to fight, maybe. That's trying to like, take over.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if that was like the last boss fight at the movie, him just fighting different versions of himself.
Right. That makes sense. One would hope. One would hope.
You think we'll see anything from Vision?
Oh, well, you think Vision will show
Maybe.
up there? Well, that'd be interesting.
Yeah, I mean that's a good question.
Yeah. I mean, there is a version of him where his body gets taken over by Ultron, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, there's the one that we left off in WandaVision, right? Like, is that could that Vision be considered the original Vision?
Yeah, I'm sure that they're trying to play it off in terms of that story, where he has the memories of the original, but he's like a different character.
Right.
or something like that. You know, I mean, it would be pretty sucky if it just yeah, we're just gonna accept that he's the original Vision. It was be like, okay, well, then he's not gone. You know, like he's not dead then. Okay. Don't undo this for me, please.
I mean, they did have a whole conversation about this. The whole, ship of whoever it was. I don't know. Popeye. There you are. The ship of Popeye.
Yeah.
The ship of
I mean, it was an interesting debate, and I can definitely see those two machines like having that kind of level of debate. Of,
yeah.
like
who's the real one?
Yeah, on the nature of like of their identities. Are they identical if they have the exact same memories?
Yeah. Does that make them the real one, or does it even matter?
Yeah, exactly.
Alternate versions of them. Ew.
Right. Yeah, because the one that was left behind was the white one, right? The one that is.
Yeah, he gave he
recreation.
basically gave the memories to him.
Yeah, so.
So he's gonna find his
Go
own
away
thing.
somewhere. So,
He's gonna
hopefully
run
we'll
off.
see him. Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully we actually meet him, and then
I mean,
there's
Scarlet Witch is
a
there,
thing.
so she's supposed to be a big part of the movie. So one would hope,
Right, and we already got like a little teaser of like that maybe in a different dimension her kids are there
Right.
for whatever reason. Yeah. Will either it be an actual dimension or like an alternate version of them that actually exists, or like maybe they do exist. They're just there's actually souls that travel to a certain place. So maybe. Question marks?
Yeah, I mean that people have. Yeah, I mean,
There's theories.
I'm not
probably.
gonna say that that's why Moon Knight is around, but people have been saying like, okay, yeah, Moon Knight shows like that there actually is an afterlife in the MCU. So like, is this maybe that does tie into the movie? I don't know.
Right.
God.
And that
Hopefully they
alternate
don't start
universes
bringing
could
people
be
back though.
different times.
I mean, exactly. That was what some people were saying too, where it's just like, well, that means Tony Stark's journey never ends. We can see him and he can say, I don't want that. It sucks.
Right,
Like,
yeah. Dude, yeah. Then there's also a timeline where Aunt
that's
May's
how we
not
get him
dead.
back. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right.
Oh, man. There's so many of those that could, oh, man, there's so much.
Yeah, we can get Black Widow back. Since her movie did so well.
Yeah, bring back convince Scarlett Johansson to come back. I think she'd be done. I don't know if she wants to keep on, coming back to it.
Maybe they'll try to not pay her again and she can sue them again.
Right.
I know, right? Like, ugh, do people dirty like that? I don't know if you really want to come back to that.
They don't need her to probably have like detailed scans of her, of her likeness. They'll just put it like a slightly, modified version in total CG. Well, it's totally not Scarlet Johansson. See, the nose is different.
That's how we're gonna make different versions of her.
Right. That's. That's a thing that that Disney's been doing a lot. Using the likeness of old actors.
There's that debate. Yeah, there is a debate going around with where is the line of moral. Where is it morally wrong to do so? Especially people that are dead that have no way to, stop you from using their likeness, right? And there's also another moral thing too, is like, where does that technology should end? Can you then deep fake, people, identity theft kind of level of deep faking? Yeah.
It's happened.
Yeah.
But yeah, just limiting ourselves to like Hollywood right now. Like, I mean, it's okay. You can just recast parts,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, it's not a big deal. Like, you just recast them. It's better.
Like, imagine if the same technology had been available from the very first time that we had a James Bond. We would still, have the
Sean
original.
Connery is
yeah.
deep fake Sean Connery. Yeah, that.
Yeah.
it's so it is weird how like Hollywood is so fine with doing that. Like, and I don't even mean from a moral standpoint or ethically. It's just like it's so glaring in the movie. Like, it's just like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
here's this dude. He's totally real? It's like no one's buying this. Like,
Yeah,
it's
it's
so
obvious,
much better to just recast. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's just so odd. Just like,
really odd.
everyone's fine with this. We're all just buying in. It's like, come on, like
Yeah.
who?
Like we understand that, like, these are roles, so these people aren't the character. You can just put different people in the role.
Mm-hmm. It's totally fine. Like, people can pull off their acting chops out and pull it off well.
Yeah.
There is people that that's their craft.
Mhm.
They can do it. Oh, how I'm gonna do this? I'm trying to digitally paint strawberry. Like where the strawberry has the little like seeds in them.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make the divots, and it's kind of like that's hard, actually. I'm trying to figure out like how I can.
I wish I
Let
could
off.
help you, but whenever I draw, just stick figures, that they look like they're really angry at me, and they never wanted me to like draw them. They always come with a little bubble that says, "Kill me, kill me."
Kill me, please.
Hey, do you guys want to feel old? Star Fox 64 is 25 years old. Not the original Star Fox. Star Fox 64.
Yeah.
Yep. That sounds about right. Hell yeah. We're that age.
It's crazy that Nintendo was never able to like top Nintendo, Star Fox 64
Yeah.
in 25 years.
I know. Crazy, right? Damn.
I mean, they didn't try very hard, to be fair. Like,
They really
give that
didn't.
series a little more love. Holy shit.
Yep. They did not at all.
They
Did you like that one where like you get to get off the ship and stuff, and you get to kind of like
No.
Star-
Oh.
I-
Actually, I never
I
played.
actually did. I actually did like that one. I didn't like at the time. I didn't really think. I mean, those parts of the game aren't the strongest, but I actually. I mean, I liked it. It definitely is not on the level of 64, but
Right.
right.
I mean, I liked it well enough.
I never played it. I thought you were talking about the other ones, like Star Fox Zero or something.
Yeah, I didn't bother playing that one.
Yeah,
Where the ones where they they put in like either. I mean, the tank is kind of classic for them, but like they put in other, other methods of transportation. And it's like, no, just no. Just,
Right. Well, you try to shove other types of ways of getting around. Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, I think,
Yeah, I
there
think
was
that
one where
was
you actually go out
definitely the
as like
problem.
as Fox, but it's really janky. It's like, please somebody break his legs, just put him in a cockpit, leave him there.
That's funny. That's hilarious.
You ever notice that the Star Fox and all the Star Fox group has like those mechanical legs?
Yeah.
Supposedly it's because they the lore goes that they had their legs replaced because of the G forces they experience, because so much just blood just gets pooled there.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that wow? Really?
Huh.
That's what I heard. Yeah. Okay, maybe that's never mind. Maybe that's
pretty
a
funny.
rumor that the people came up with.
I'm fine
And
with
maybe
it.
not.
That sounds like a fan theory, and I'm okay with
Yeah.
some fan theories because like sometimes the stories aren't well fleshed out in the first place. Like they're just
Yeah.
designed to look like a certain way, but then
Yeah.
like it's the fans that kind of fill in these gaps of like things that like end up could be totally included. It sounds like something that could be included. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
even without the developer meaning to do it in the first place. But
Right.
that seems pretty plausible.
Right.
I mean, good on fans to kind of take the story a little bit further. And that's another thing too. Like fans like sometimes can like add more value to the intellectual property, and sometimes like I feel like sometimes the creators like they try to manhandle it too much. Like they're like they don't at least accept like maybe the fans could be onto something, and they just like kind of run with it. I feel like when the creators run with it, it's better than them just trying to like, no, that's not what reason. My reason was this, and
Right.
you're wrong. you know, being a little too coddling their art or their story.
Yeah.
A little
Disney
too
and
much.
Star Wars versus George Lucas and Star Wars.
Mhm.
Exactly. Yeah, the difference there.
Yeah. So going a little too far there. A little too far.
Yeah. Whatever. Just ended up using the some of the exact same elements from the extended
Yeah,
from the
a
extended
lot of
universe
them.
anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so ridiculous. Like, it's like let's reset the whole universe. We start from scratch, and then just use it anyways.
Yeah.
Just use it anyways. Like, okay, well, did you even need to do that then? Like, was it even necessary? I don't think so.
Their excuse was like, good writing, but clearly that wasn't a consideration.
Not even. Whatever happened in a way where like there's just some major mismanagement. Like either the not enough time, didn't let things bake, on their own, or start doing things like, oh no, this is bad PR, and like, this last one did a horrible time, and let's redo the entire story, even though we already have at least some sort of idea what we were gonna do in the first place, and then go off the rails. Let's slap in Palpatine, because everybody wants Palpatine. Slap it in there. Just throw him in there.
Right. I know we need new, bad guys in Star Wars. They're not Skywalkers or Skywalkers adjacent.
Don't worry.
Skywalker's
Putting
adjacent.
Vader and Palpatine back in Kenobi. It's confirmed. So
Oh, are they really? Of course they are.
Yeah.
yeah, there was like leaks of like
well,
Palpatine
Vader
in there
for
too,
sure.
Yeah,
And
Vader
then-
for sure. They're gonna have a duel apparently,
Right.
and then Palpatine just leaked. I guess so. Yeah.
Okay.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
It makes.
I'm
I
not surprised.
guess it makes kind of sense, but
Yeah, from a certain point of view, it makes sense. Like, that's it.
God damn it, Disney.
Oh man.
I thought they were. By the way, in Boba Fett, we do get to see that one android, BD8, BD1. The android that is very similar to the one from Fallen Order.
Oh.
Fallen Order.
Wait,
You know
wait.
what-
You
Android.
You
mean
remember
the
how
small
Fallen
thing?
Order?
That-
Yeah,
that
the
small
small
little pet thing that he had.
the small little droid. Yeah.
Right.
Oh.
Well, I mean,
but
it makes
that's a
sense
different
that
one,
he's
right?
there because Fallen Order had the Inquisitors, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So then makes sense that they would be in the Obi-Wan, right? Because around that time is when the Inquisitors were around
Sure.
or introduced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In between like episodes
Yeah.
3 and 4. Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I think it was the first introduction of Inquisitors was from the animation, and then the fact that they put them
Yeah.
into the game, it kind of like, okay, we're kind of catching some sort of traction here with it, and then like there you go. Now they're in the shows and the movies, and so they're like official, right? Like it wasn't just an animation.
Yeah,
fluke.
yeah, for sure. Yeah. I mean, everything is coming from the animation these days. It's like
I know that's
we
true.
got nothing else. It's
Yeah,
like,
we have no more
animation.
material. The animations are the only
make
thing that
new
has like
stuff. We
decent
gotta go
story.
back to the old material.
Yeah.
We could create new things, but who does that? Let's just fucking go back to the
let's just go back to the originals and kind of rip from there, and then shove it into their newer stuff.
We'll retcon it later, no problem.
It's like we need to appease the fans.
Dude, the actor. I mean, I guess they basically just put the same the likeness of the actor as Carl Kestis. Huh?
Yeah,
Oh,
Like,
they
he-
did.
Yeah, it's basically exactly the same.
yeah.
Well, his character is in Obi-Wan.
No,
No,
in
Fallen Order. It's just
Oh.
the actor's face. It's literally, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Ah, okay.
So they could
interesting.
totally actually put him in like one of the Star Wars, stories.
Yeah. Why?
That's
though?
true,
He's so
the
boring.
actor.
He's such a boring protagonist. Why even bring him back? A lot of people want him back, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him, honestly. But yeah, why?
I mean,
you know?
yeah, like hopefully they would, if they would ever do it, then they would add some more meat to his story, maybe. Or
I would be
they
interested
could
in just
totally
seeing that.
reinvent his character.
Yeah.
I
I
can
would be
imagine.
interested in him just like revisiting that whole aspect of the Inquisitors.
I mean, we do see the fucking ninth sister, I think is her name, from Fallen Order in the Obi-Wan trailer. So, like, she's in it. So yeah. Like the big yellow chick with like she's like an alien. She only has like one arm or something. She was like one of the bosses in the game. So. I mean, that is what would be super cool because like second sister in that game was the best character to me. The main villain. She was like a female Inquisitor. I mean, she gets fucking just totally like stupidly killed off by, of course, Vader at the end of the fucking game because he comes in and he's just like, oh yeah, you're nothing, and she was awesome. Like I would love to see it like a. I mean, we'll never get it, but a fucking a show or a movie. I mean, preferably like a show like. From an Inquisitor's point of view, like, but you can't make the bad guy the protagonist. Impossible. So, yeah, I'll just bring back Luke Skywalker for the millionth fucking time.
I know, right? There's only one good guy in the entire galaxy, apparently.
Yeah. No other way.
That meeting between Ahsoka Tano and Luke Skywalker should have been. It should have meant more.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much history behind those two. Like,
yeah, it's kind of
for sure.
It's kind of nuts. There should have been more to the I mean, she was taught by your father. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Like and like at that point too, it was like see, he obviously knows that Vader is his dad and stuff like that, and they're just I don't know, it's just so much that they could have been digesting in terms of like what they've been through, both of them. Jeez. Let's not talk about the elephant in the room. Hell, even if it was
for the Ahsoka series, I assume, like he'll be back in that, and he'll be like,
right.
now we'll really talk.
Yeah. They really needed to add more of the Western twist for Boba Fett, lean on it even deeper. Like more of the criminal aspect and more of the like underseedy bullshit that he has to go through, all the dirty jobs he has to potentially do just to make ends meet. And on top of that, I don't even fucking get the sense of them. Are they like poor? Like do they have to fight for their things or are they rich as fuck and they need to just get more riches? Or I don't know. Like, where's the struggle?
Yeah. That is a good question. I mean, we don't really see like how wealthy they are. Like when he sits on the throne of Jabba, like, it's a good point. Yeah.
Like, where does the money come from? It's like if you just take out drugs, dude, that's like a problem. Likely, if we're just relating it to current real life situations, I'm pretty sure you're cutting out 80% of your money.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Like, currently, there's entire nations just like funded on cocaine and and I can imagine space cocaine would be even crazier.
And you know what? That's another thing too.
Nice.
How does who owns Tatooine? You know what I mean? Like, the Republic doesn't. Who owns it? Where does the line draw, right?
I mean, I assume the Empire, technically, right?
Or formerly Empire at that point, right?
Yeah,
like the Empire
that's
didn't
a good
have
point. Yeah, I mean, whatever the fuck they're called, the fucking new Empire and the
right.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even know like where they are at this point.
Yeah,
right. Because are they just forming?
They're not called the Rebels no more, right? They won, the rebels won,
Yeah.
and now Empire scattered. But now who owns the
Yeah.
different territories in terms of the different planets? Is it the Republic? Does the Republic even hold anything?
That's a good.
Is
Yeah.
there
Ownership?
such a thing as the Republic anymore?
Well, the Republic exists at that point in
Sure.
Book of Boba Fett, but they're. I mean, again, that's the problem. Republic isn't like one entity. They're like
Yeah.
they're like the UN. Like UN is like just there to kind of like have the different powers kind of like, yeah, we're gonna conversate and yell at each other and talk about how Russia is doing terrible things to Ukraine. Yet we're still gonna talk about it. Just sit here and talk about it and not actually do anything because we can't. And, like the UN doesn't actually can do anything. But
Right.
I imagine Star Wars Republic is similar, where they're just a meeting place for the different territories to vote and be all like, we want to prevent war, but we're going to argue it all here right now and vote.
Right.
Right.
Right. Whereas the Empire was definitely more like Russia, and Palpatine was definitely Putin. They even shared,
Right.
the first letters. Yeah.
Nice connection there.
Yeah. It
Yeah,
turns out
Putin
both of
even
their
looks
armies.
like Palpatine. It's amazing.
It turns out both
Jeez,
of their
the
armies are as
similarities.
capable as the others too.
Man.
It's like Lucas knew all those years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, he knew exactly what was going on. He was ahead of the curve there.
Now I'm just picturing a bunch of Russians with really bad aim.
Oh man, I mean that's their excuse, right? They're like, hey, we're only shooting at military territories. Like you
Right.
just shot a hospital. That's clearly that's way off. That's that's a resident that your fucking rocket hit. And he's like, oh man, our aim is just so bad. It's like their excuse. Fucking assholes.
But yeah, there's like a whole power vacuum in the Star Wars universe where it's like, well,
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah.
Like
But
no
I
one's
wouldn't-
helping
Exactly.
to define it,
Well, I mean,
Can
yeah,
somebody
that's why
please?
That's the problem
Step
with
up.
that's just yet another problem with the sequels where you come into Force Awakens and it's the exact same power dynamic as it was in the original trilogy, where it's just like, okay,
Right.
now you have this new Republic or whatever, and you have this new order for the Empire, and it's the exact same. Like the Empire has all this shit. They're clean, and they're they've got all the best technology, and the Rebels, even though they won, I guess, at the end of Return of the Jedi, they're still this little rebellion. They're this little rebellion that can't do anything. And Princess Leia is the general of the whole fucking thing, and she's in this little shitty hideout. It's like,
Yeah.
what
Nothing
happened
yeah.
in those 30 years that made it the exact fucking same thing?
Yeah, it
the power
didn't-
dynamic has
it-
not changed at all.
Yeah, it really wasn't. It was poorly explained. Yeah, as it was just like it didn't make sense, even remotely. Like you'd figure the way that it would go was that, oh, hey, the Empire, like the main root, like let's say that the Empire is a tree, and we've taken out the tree trunk, like the main tree trunk, right? So all the branches are kind of decaying and whatever, right? So you can take those and consume those, meaning like their devices, all their technology, and you kind of repurposing it, and it's like, hey, this was an Empire ship, and now it's ours now. So
Right.
like you figured that the rebels would have done that, or their new version of the rebellion is doing that, and the Republic still existed by in attachment to the Empire owning them, but therefore if they took out the Empire, now the Republic can freely reconnect to different territories. And that should have been the story where it's like, some of these people that they were being, suppressed by the Empire are now trying to fight each other to gain power, which is usually the case when it comes to some big superpower being gone, like an emperor, right? Now there's a bunch of other sects that are trying to take over. It's like, hey, no, we own this territory now. Like, this is our territory, and they're trying to say that maybe some of them say like, oh, we were here the whole time, so this is our territory, and now that we don't have to, bow to some emperor, like you don't get to tell us what to do, right? Like Republic, where were you before? You didn't help us. Like we had to do it all on our own. Like things like that is a clear, easy. That's an easy story. Like that wasn't like pitch meeting. Come on, think these things through. Like wasn't even that hard to have like something start off with like you're having more than one people that you have to stop from becoming gaining power. That could have been easily the case in terms of the story. Like, you don't even need to, like, literally tell... What was it called? They're called the New Order, right? Something like that? Like, why call it the New Order? It could have been something else. Or it could have been just, like, a character that, like, owned several planets. He was, like, a bigger... Like, maybe he's, like, somebody that was connected to the Empire deep... Like, in a deep way. And he just found his way to exit out of the power of the Empire and end up taking over, a lot like what they did with Mandalorian. Like clearly there was a character that was a former general or whatever, and he just like he knows the inner workings of the Empire. He's like, okay, this is the perfect opportunity to take what I can get, right? So it could have been like that could have been the bad guy, right? Like that could have been just like hell. That could have been Ren himself, or I don't know, whatever. It could have been a lot of things.
In a better world.
In a better world. In a world. What else is there? Oh, pretty much talked about it, but there is we also have like favorite game locations. And then the previous one is if there was a twist or fake out, your favorite twist or fake out in media. Then there's games or whatever media that have not held up over time and why. I do think that there was, what was it called? I can't remember. Feel like I think I have one that's kind of the opposite. Like I feel like Mummy is still to this day entertaining.
The Mummy movies, you mean?
Yeah, the first one. I'm not talking about like the other ones.
Right.
The first one, but the CGI doesn't. But the CGI doesn't really.
Right, but
hold up completely.
Right, but the movies themselves is entertaining.
Right, yeah. Like I feel like those held up. I think if anything, visually, Jurassic Park, the first one I think still holds up.
Oddly enough, it still looks great.
Yeah. Even if you know that they're CGI and stuff, and they're not as detailed as you would see today. I still think that those really do a good job.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing about that, too, is that a lot of that, it's not CGI, right? There's only a few CGI dinosaurs actually in the first one. A lot of them are just animatronics that are, like, rescaled visually, like, in post-production. That's why it still looks so good in most of those shots.
Right. Wasn't there is some CGI. Well, what about, like, the T-Rex? Like, there's, like, quite a bit of
some
CGI
of those shots,
right?
like where they're like running from, or I mean, they're driving and he's like running after them. Yeah, and there's like the famous shot with like Alan and the two kids like running and the dinosaurs like next to them. All that CGI for sure. So there's definitely a good amount, but
but not all of them.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of it is animatronic. So I think that blending works really well. That like hybrid approach.
They were really smart about it, and it does held up. It completely holds up until now, and I think also the reason why that the T-Rex scene still works, even though you can tell here and there, but for the most part it still works because it's in a dark, rainy scene, right? So you have a lot of things to get away with,
right?
But when it comes to those scenes where they're out in the open and it's bright, like a day, brightly
Yeah.
lit, those are the ones where you could tell, oh yeah, those are definitely CGI.
Yeah.
Like it's more obvious.
I mean, it's definitely the way in which they use, their special effects. Like they know the limitations of their times, and they just display them as much as they have to, but no more than that.
Yeah.
That's
It's
true.
yeah. I mean, sometimes, especially with the newer, movies, like they have the power to, really, like put a lot of detail into them and like, and display a lot. But because of that, it just comes off as less real, just because they're.
The new ones suck. The reason why those
Mhm.
Jurassic World movies suck, though, is because they're just horribly written.
That's
Like, I mean,
true.
like, the first one is
Yeah.
very much the Force Awakens of that series. Like,
Mhm.
Jurassic World, where it's just, okay, it's the first one. It's the Jurassic Park again, but with Chris Pratt, and that's it. Like,
Yeah.
like, the story beats are exactly the same. And then the second one is just horribly conceived. Like, it's we're in a
Yeah.
volcano fucking island and it's erupting and you gotta get the dinosaurs off and it's like, oh, now we're gonna sell like a fucking triceratops for like $80 or something at this like fucking millionaire mansion. Like it's all over the place. Like they're taking the worst lessons from those first three movies. Like nobody like everyone loves the first Jurassic Park. But then you get to Jurassic Park 2 and 3. 2, for me specifically, is like, oh yeah, let's bring the T-Rex to Los Angeles. It's like,
That one. I hated
terrible
that one.
idea, and then they just do it again in Jurassic World 2. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, blending dinosaurs with, like, civilization doesn't work. That's why, the Cosmos made that happen, because the fucking, dinosaurs with humans, it doesn't work. Like, they immediately become the apex predators. Like, and so this new one is like, oh, well, what happens when dinosaurs and humans are together? It's like, humans die. Like, I don't understand. Like, either humans die or you just nuke everything so that the dinosaurs are not around anymore. Like, I don't understand how this is a whole movie. Like, it's so stupid.
Right.
Like, it just conceptually, it's bad. So then
I don't
everything
understand
built
why they're.
upon that is awful.
I really don't understand why they're saving all those animals. It's like they're already animals that shouldn't be alive. Like, just let them go. Like
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Like,
let
they
them
had their
have their own.
chance.
Yeah, let them have their own habitat or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, then
And,
again, at the same time, I don't even think there's even like let's just say that you're in this situation where you have these animals that never were supposed to exist, but now unfortunately they are. Now it's like, okay, then well, I mean, either I euthanize them, which there's not a lot of people that are gonna like that idea, and at the same time, who's gonna willingly let them take over a territory? Like,
Yeah.
they're at that point, then the person that owns the territory has the right to just call it a pest.
Right.
And then I'm sure there's a lot of obvious debates in different camps that would have that, but that wouldn't make
Yeah.
it a very compelling story if we're
mean,
trying to
what-
like translate that.
What territory would you give up, to dinosaurs, and why would it be Florida?
Why wouldn't it be Florida?
Yeah, that's true.
just let that
Because,
fucking stay.
because come on, the dinosaurs have already been through enough. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. That's a death sentence for them for sure. That's how we euthanize them. Actually, one thing I was interested in what they were doing with it was that having them having the question of, can dinosaurs be what was it?
What, like domesticated?
Yeah, there we go. Which
Yeah.
of course is a fucking crazy notion, and I know that that question is stupid. But let's just say that the interest was that he was able to domesticate in some degree
Yeah.
the raptor that was called Blue, right? Which is really fucking weird that they never just kept leaning on that story in the first place, because that was probably the only interesting thing that wasn't compelling to okay, you think that, I think that's a bad thing to do but at the same time, like, in the first place it's a bad thing to do, but it's too late, right? Like it's too late. Like these dinosaurs exist. You can't just kill them all off now, right? Or
Like maybe that's the only way to save them is like
Right.
to domesticate the ones that are, I guess,
Exactly.
quote, willing or able to be domesticated, and then just kill the rest. Like,
Well,
I mean, that's
guess.
probably how that would work, because you would either do that or you would militarize them, right? Which I assume will be part of the new movie, but I don't know. They've missed the mark so many times. I don't even know if that thought is in their head.
yeah,
So-
exactly. Like last time they were trying to like
And that was the doctor, right? That
Right.
doctor dude from the original, like he came back and he was like bad now, and I assumed that that's where they were gonna go, but then they didn't. So I assume that this one will be the case, because if you
Yeah,
have
maybe.
the most
True.
the highest, the animal on the totem that's highest on the totem pole on the planet, like obviously you would want to use them for military purposes.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, they should just change the name of the franchise and just call it Dino Crisis.
Yeah. Actually, yeah. It's fucking why not? At this rate, go full ham with it and just like say that it's like a dinosaur apocalypse like situation.
Yeah.
You know? Like
Yeah. The
here's-
moment
I
you
mean,
get
I remember we
somebody
talked
with
about
like
this
a
too. Where
T-Rex with a freaking Gatling
if-
gun. Yeah.
yeah, like
Go
what if
ahead.
you have like dinosaurs in different parts of the world, and they're breeding and they're causing the environment to change, but there's also going to be an element of people where they found a way to live with the animals, right?
Yeah.
And there's even maybe some parts of the world where they're still they're not exposed to the outside world, like they actually worship these things, right? Like like there could be that element. I mean, there's so many things you could just have there as a way to like have a story going, but you gotta like but they have to like really narrow it down, like instead of it's like world crisis and make it such a big too big of a scope. It becomes too convoluted at that point.
Yeah.
Too
I
congested.
mean, yeah, it would. Yeah, what you're talking about is a good idea, but it wouldn't be blockbustery enough. Like you gotta
Yeah,
make it
right, exactly.
big, bombastic. People are chewing popcorn to it. It's like, yeah, there's a tidal wave of T-Rexes gonna hit Washington D.C.
They could just they could just totally lean on the kaiju and then just fucking have big giant fucking
That's true. Yeah.
dinosaurs.
Yeah, exactly. Pacific Rim, Jurassic World crossover. There you go.
You know what? They should just. They should
Chris
just make
Pratt
for-
is riding one of them. Like let's go.
They should just make Forbidden, Horizon Forbidden West. Just the whole Horizon Zero Dawn, franchise, a movie.
I'm sure they will. Sony is
That's a good point.
so into the multimedia thing right now.
It's gonna happen. Like
We're
we already
getting,
got
we're gonna get
Uncharted,
like
man.
6 Uncharted movies since it did so well, and they're already talking about like, since they bought Bungie, but still leaving them like autonomous. They're already talking about like, okay, it's gonna be Destiny stuff, and
Destiny stuff. Oof.
yeah.
Of course.
I mean, you got to flesh out that lore somehow. They're not
Yeah,
gonna do it in
that's
the
true.
game.
Yeah.
The whole movie's just gonna be some guy reading the Grimoire.
You're gonna have like they have to like somehow fight against Paramount's Halo, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
that juggernaut that's no
Uh-huh.
one likes.
Juggernaut. Uh-huh.
Oh, it's a really poorly received. I had no idea.
Is it critically poorly received, or is it
Critically,
also
it's definitely critically, it's not well received, and I think the people. I don't know how it's doing well, like in terms of how many people are watching it, but I think we talked about it before. Where, like the fans, all the
Don't
hardcore
like-
fans don't
yeah,
like
they
it.
don't
Of
like
course,
it.
of course.
right?
And I don't think it's. I can't imagine it's bringing in that many new people. Like, I don't care about it. I don't know anybody else that cares about it. Like,
Yeah. It
I
flew
don't-
under the radar. I haven't heard anybody
Yeah.
talk really much about it.
And honestly, Halo is not what it once was, even to the hardcore fans. Like, it's not Halo 3, where it was like, oh, this is, innovation and multiplayer, and it's all this shit. It's like, it's not important anymore the way it was. So, it's like, if they had done this maybe 15 years ago, I think it could have worked, but it's kind of too late,
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's just so much that they don't do different these days
Yeah.
in terms of game design that it doesn't add value to the industry, in my opinion. It's just,
Yeah.
it's more of a nostalgic nature to it.
Yeah.
I mean, they started so many of the innovations that we saw at the time, but then people they ran with it and they snowballed, and it it became bigger and better than Halo in so many ways, and Halo's still the same. Like it's the same as it was back then. It hasn't innovated since then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Really hasn't added a grapple hook. Okay.
Yeah.
A slide, I think.
They added Infinite to the title.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's a promise or a threat, but
promise.
We're never stopping.
I like that.
It will never end. Don't worry.
pretty much.
Halo will outlive us all.
Until there's actual Halos.
Oh man, not anymore. I think the story doesn't even have Halos anymore in there.
That's
right?
amazing.
Isn't that what the thing was? The Halo was like some sort of device or whatever.
It was a device to cleanse all life of a sentient, all the galaxy from sentient life, because that was the food of the flood of the parasitic creatures that you find in the Halos. So as a last resort, the
like
hyper intelligent
button, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Those the hyper intelligent ancient societies they want to do. They wipe out all life, and then they send also arcs to reconstitute life in everywhere in the galaxy.
Right. Every universe gets their own suicide button. You get one.
Pretty much. We all get our Reapers,
Yeah.
God, that's a game I wish I could unplay so that I could play it all over again.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like you wipe your memory so you can have a fresh start.
Right. Oh, well, there's something I could do for the next 72 hours when I, when I'm gonna be at home in pain.
Oh man. I mean, I guess the last thing we could talk about is the new stuff for Apex. Whoa! The new character.
Oh, yeah.
They finally bring in a new defense character in there. Although
cool.
they should still need to put a medic.
No new medic, huh?
Yeah, still no medic. Yeah, but
Yeah.
They got a defense character in here. All right.
So
And he's very. He seems very cliche, like American-born.
It's very RoboCop.
Shield guy. Yeah,
Does
yeah,
look
I know.
RoboCop,
Doesn't he have the
yes.
RoboCop helmet? Yeah.
It looks like a parody of RoboCop.
Yeah, it really does,
It would be
doesn't it?
awesome if they made like one of the darker characters or something like Revenant or Caustic have a fucking RoboCop finisher for Newcastle specifically. So they just blow off his arm and
Oh, gee.
Oh man,
amazing,
they
dude.
actually start violently ripping him apart by shooting him to death. Damn.
even a banner or something, because
That's
Revenant has all those
funny.
fucking brutal banners where he's murdering Pathfinder and shit.
I know,
you might
right?
as well,
Yeah, might as well. Yeah, it's true. So yeah, it has. I'm assuming nobody saw the stuff on it.
I only saw that.
I am literally watching it right now.
Trailer, the cinematic
Okay.
trailer where they introduce him.
There's two, I think, if I remember correctly. So there's one where it shows him with Bangalore being all like, "Today's my last day" and some shit.
Yeah, that's the one I saw. Yeah.
Okay.
Ah.
There's one after that.
The gameplay trailer?
There's three. So the one you're probably seeing, if it's you seeing gameplay, that's the most recent that came out today. And then the other two, so the first one is the one that I just mentioned about Bangalore, and it reveals that, of course, that the brother is him.
I
then-
no one.
Yeah,
it's such a revelation. I'm that was my first assumption.
Literally, right? Like, how do you not recognize him? God damn. I get it that the whatever story they have is saying that she hasn't seen him in years or something. I don't fucking know. I don't even pay attention to anymore.
I forget most of it. Yeah, it's just one ear in one ear, out the other.
Yeah,
pretty much.
it really is. I think the last time I've ever heard about anything in the story that I can remember is always the Revenant Loba thing. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same.
That was the only oh, that's compelling between them.
Yeah.
But that's about it. And right now, as far as I know, something like Bangalore's, you know, the knife that she has. It's supposed to
Yeah.
be one of the pilots. It's a pilot knife.
Right.
So
Oh,
from
okay.
Titanfall.
Right.
So one of the and they work for IMC at the time. Between both of them, they're like in their family. They always worked with that military division. I don't know how that works in their world.
I mean, I like how we're, just as a sidebar, how we're supposed to fucking remember all the Titanfall lore. I don't remember
Yeah.
I don't
any
know.
of it.
It's
I
so
didn't know the
long ago.
Titanfall-
Yeah.
I didn't know the Titanfall lore when I was playing Titanfall.
Yeah, I know, right? Exactly.
Right,
It's all
like, I
about the
think-
gameplay.
I think the funny thing is that yeah, like one of the characters in it, like for instance Ash, like she's like one of the villains in the Titanfall 2. She's the one that's
Oh,
in the
really?
Ronin. Yeah, she's the
Wow,
one that was going
yeah.
crazy.
Right.
She was the
Yeah,
villain
okay,
in there that she was like going
Ash,
nuts.
right?
Yes, she was the
Holy
one in
shit.
the Ronin, the one with the sword.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
remember. I definitely remember Ash from Titanfall 2.
Right. So now she's like the first playable, like, actual pilot.
Right.
But she's in the game now as one of the playable characters. And then the knife that, like, something like Bangalore's knife is a pilot's knife, the data knife. And then that's connected somehow with the brother. But in one of the cutscenes that they showed where she was trying to survive, this is like when Titanfall 2 happened and like they blew up a planet. I forget what part in Titanfall 2 that happened in. But they blew up a planet. IMC was losing. She's one of the stranded people with her brother, and they're trying to, like, you know, survive on stranded on a planet. And you know, she's like a loyalist to the IMC. The brother's kind of like, I'm just like, look, we're just trying to survive. Like, you know, fuck them. They're not going to help us. So I'm not going to put out the beacon, I guess, for them to know where we are. We're just going to survive here and kind of like just live. Like the IMC is no more at this point. The war is over.
Oh, damn.
So there's no point to work with them. But she, you know, is kind of gung-ho about it. You know, they do shoot off the beacon. They're being painted as traitors now because they abandoned their post. So they didn't die like the soldiers they were supposed to be. So she, one of the fucking pilots comes and like is about to fucking kill them, and they both are just scuffling, and that's how she gets the knife, I guess, because that's the knife that she has in the game.
Yeah.
For like a mythic weapon, and that
I haven't
character.
gotten one of those, by the way. Apex. Fuck. I've only been playing the game for 3 years. Still don't fucking have one of those.
Yeah.
Haven't even come close to it.
I mean,
Oh,
at least
man.
give me a counter to tell me how many I have.
How many I have, yeah.
out
Like
of
how many
how many
more
I need,
how many
you know?
yeah, how many more packs do you need to open to
Yeah.
to get there? I know. Well, hopefully you're really really close and we just don't even know it. So that's when we get introduced to the brothers for first time. But we don't know, I have no idea where it goes from there to what we have now, where he's one of the, like, he's one of the legends. In the next cutscene that they show, or the next scene they show in terms of the story, is that he actually has a whole family. I guess he's under an alias. And then this guy, the Newcastle guy, is actually this like this is like the Dan of Street Fighter, right? Like this guy has been trying to get into the Apex tournament, and he's never been able to qualify. Yeah,
they
like
said that, right? He's been like rejected like 18
40
times.
Yeah, it was like they were saying like he
it's
tried
fine.
40 something times to get in, and he could
Right.
never get in. What the
That's
fuck?
funny.
Yeah, and it turns out this Newcastle guy is a separate person. So no one knows the identity of Newcastle, so therefore Bangalore's brother assumes the identity of Newcastle, because what happened was that something like the Syndicate or a gang is using him as a way to like put leverage in the town or city or whatever planet they're in or something. to put leverage on him to pay off his debts or something like that, or else they're going to kill everybody or whatever, some sort of weird threat to that he's trying to protect them from. So he has this like background as being the hero, but Newcastle is clearly just like a burnt out like fake hero. Like he's really like, just he's making money off of his merchandise type of thing. And then he gets threatened, he gets shot at, he's dying. The guy was like, "What man? Like what? Like, you know, the main character or Banglar's brother is a little bit more like, I guess, honest or I don't know, has more morals." Because the other guy is all like, "You don't know what it's like to be a hero," and then he just dies, or some shit like that. Like he just sounds like a.
Oh yeah.
He sounds like a jaded
what
guy or whatever. Jaded hero.
I'm watching that trailer you're talking about. Like
Yeah.
he's like, yeah, he's with some gang and stuff, and he's trying to get in it, and he's like, "Come on, guys, give me another shot," and they give him another shot, literally.
No, they literally shoot him. And then that's when, you know, the main character, you know, Bangalore's brother is trying to defend him and try to ward them off. And they, I guess you could say he could show they're showing his skills. But, whatever. Anyways, that random backstory, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, so he has the suit now, and the moves, the things that he could do, and it looks like he can, he has a tactical to throw down a shield. Classic, not very different from others, right? And it's not a full dome like Gibby. It's like a half a dome type of thing. And then but you know, like, well, how's that any really different? Like, is it faster cooldown or something? Yeah, like it's just basically a wall, like, and then his ultimate is like a bigger wall, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like a larger one that's like a more complex, larger rampart shield, I guess you'd say.
Right.
And then his passive is where he can see, here's the part that's kind of confusing. His passive seems like he can do this thing where he can carry you while you're in a down state. Like you can be dragged while in the down state. And on top of that, it puts a shield up. So it's a little bit like that combination of remember how like Lifeline had the shield when she was like reviving people?
Yeah.
Yeah, so now he has the shield on there, and he can now move you. But I don't know if that also means is he reviving you at the same time? Can he move you, revive you, and shield you? Hopefully not the case. Hopefully it's
exactly.
Hopefully it's just move and shield.
Yeah, for sure. Because that other option would be way OP.
Right, and then we do like me and Eli were talking about. We question if I mean, this ability to move you around better be better than the one where people can punch you. So you know that, right? Like if you get downed and you can't crawl to a corner fast enough, if your teammates can melee you to that area.
Oh, yeah, right.
So is this ability gonna be better than that, right?
Right.
Like what's the point of having a character that can do that if everybody can do that anyways? You know what I'm saying? So there's a little bit of debate there. But then there's another thing that he does, and it's kind of in cutscenes, and it's not really. It's kind of in the gameplay trailer, but he has a shield, like a ballistic shield, and I guess you can pull it up like a riot shield, and you can shoot while having the riot shield up. I mean, if that's the case,
like
Gibraltar again.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say.
Yeah, I know. But again, that like. It's like, what's the difference between that and Gibby? Like, you know, like, where's the, and, you know, in the trailer, about the only things that we've seen from the trailers and the gameplay is that maybe he can ram people with it. But then I'm, like, really confused now at that point. Like, is that a tactical ability, or is that, like, just him doing a melee with the shield up? And how is that any really useful in the difference between meleeing normally and meleeing with the shield? Yeah. So there's a lot of questions here. I do like that we are getting another defense character, and maybe it's going to play different, but So far, he feels like he's just like another Gibby.
Yeah.
He really does seem like that. And they're changing ranked. I don't know how.
Oh,
Supposedly,
changing ranks.
yes, they're teasing that ranked is going to be redone or something like that. So whatever that means, maybe it might be what everybody was like. A lot of the community wants is the actually deranking.
Right.
Ooh.
Yeah. So because like it means that you're probably likely closer to the rank that you are at. Because usually the way it works is that once you hit a certain tier, you're not gonna even like if let's say you hit Diamond 4, right?
Mhm.
But you get nothing but losing games, but you always stay Diamond 4. So therefore, you're always gonna be paired up with that kind of lobby. So
Right, you can't fall out of each tier except
Right.
Fred.
exactly. So they're saying that the part of the problems with ranked right now is that there's people in the ranks that they shouldn't be in. Like they've
Right.
gotten to there, but then like, they're just they're throwing, right? So much that like
Because they can't move in
Uh-huh.
either direction. They're not good enough to
Right.
keep climbing the ranks, and they can't fall any further. So it's just like, well, I'll
Right.
just stay at Diamond 4 and just fucking piss everybody off.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, weird. It's interesting. I don't know what they're gonna do else that's different too. That's rumor right now. We don't know if that's actually gonna be the change. But right now they're just saying, they're reworking ranked completely. So and then the other news is just like environment's gonna change. There's like new areas gonna be added to the Storm Point.
Right.
Kind of like town takeover type of thing. Events similar to remember the what was it, the Bloodhound thing?
Oh, the trials place.
Right. So there's gonna be
Yeah.
something similar to that, but from what I saw in the gameplay trailer, it looks like once you enter that area, it gets locked, so no one can enter
Oh,
other
interesting.
than you. So that's better. Okay, again, this is me
Yeah.
speculating. Don't know if it's gonna be that case, but I'm assuming because the biggest problem with trials was that you start the whole trials thing, but anybody other player could just fucking come in and ruin your day.
Yeah.
It's just it's kind of like just, hey, here's a signal that people are here, come
Right.
fucking fight us and kill us while we're trying to deal with the damn prowlers. But in this one, it looks like the environment that you go in when you activate it, the doors lock, and you have to fight off the rest of the little like robots in there, and that's where you get the higher tier loot, and you can jump pad out.
They're not adding any PvE stuff, right? Anymore PvE stuff.
I mean, that's the
'Cause,
only
like-
PvE that I know about.
Oh, that's
Based-
a PvE thing. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering because of that first cinematic trailer that I saw where they're like shooting the monster.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh God, please, no more PvE stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are having like PTSDs of Fortnite and the mechs.
Yeah.
The Fortnites and the mechs. I'm sorry.
There's a at some point during Fortnite they had something where they had a mech in the middle of the map, and it was a nightmare to deal with because it was like an extra thing to fight while trying to fight real players.
Right.
And it kind of just got in the way, right? Like it was just
Yeah.
a bad
And
time.
the same thing with like Warzone too, with like the Santa Claus dude who would like attack
Oh
you,
yeah,
and then
yeah.
everybody hated him. He was like
Krampus.
OP, and he would kill he would like kill entire teams. It's just like,
Damn.
why would you add this? Like, this
Yeah.
is awful.
He's a giant bullet sponge, and he doesn't stop. There's no way to like CC him down. And if you're being chased, it pretty much signals that other people will just probably try and come and kill you. Right?
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna kill you before Krampus does, but then that's at the risk of Krampus having the aggro on me now.
Damn, they really added a NPC on the what's it called on that game
Warzone?
on Warzone.
Yeah.
That could just straight
Oh.
up kill the entire teams.
Oh yeah, was absurdly powerful.
Damn.
and he took a lot to kill. Like you're not one clipping him
Right.
for sure.
Like you think that you know, typically, you know, when you play, you know, against NPCs, you feel like a god. You know, it's the kind of thing that, like, you know, developers typically put in the, you know, in things like Titanfall
Well, in Fortnite, yeah, they
and
have
Apex,
the NPCs.
yeah.
Yeah, they just have something easy to kill.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but apparently not in the for Warzone for some reason.
Right.
It was just a April Fool's type of thing to ruin people's day.
Oh, that's. I guess it worked.
Yeah, it was like during Christmas, I think, right?
Yeah.
Off-season April Fool's joke, huh?
Yeah. The joke's on you. He's
Right.
like, hey, this is our anti-cheat.
Right.
Our anti-cheat is putting an undefeatable NPC.
After he kills
Oh,
you,
right,
just comes
and
up
on top of
starts
that,
crouching up and down.
It was useless to kill him. You don't get
Oh, yeah?
rewards. Yeah,
Right, yeah.
like it's not like he drops like really high tier loot or anything.
Right, you're just killing him to like stop him from messing with you. That's it.
Yeah, that's actually
Oh,
it. Yeah,
God.
yeah, it's terrible. But
Right.
yeah,
So
Apex
really-
only has the lockers, and then you get high tier loot in there, and you kill the fucking robots, and you could leave it. The big monster thing was just a way to show that there's on Stormpoint there's going to be environments where the Leviathans had like died, and you get to and their corpse is part of the environment, so you can like travel through it and shit like that.
Oh, that's cool.
And I think R301 is going into the crafting,
No. Oh, okay, the crafting. I thought you were gonna say the fucking
the care package.
Yeah,
I mean, it could be. I don't know.
Are
Because,
there one?
big
'cause-
mistake.
well,
That's
your
my
Spitfire's
God.
coming back to ground loot.
That's
Oh, my God, I hate that they keep circulating the fucking. They're circulating the fucking loot in the care package so much. It's like, I mean, I don't even play the game that much, but it annoys me from afar. You know, It's just- shit, like especially. I mean, yeah. If they, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they did put the R301 in there eventually. But like, man, that would. Like that's
Yeah.
like the old reliable like.
I'm
true-
pretty sure it's not
Bastard.
going in the care package. I think it's just going into the crafting one,
Crafting,
and
right.
Flatline's gonna replace it.
Is it?
But Spitfire is going from being care package to ground loot, but I don't know what's going into the care package.
Right.
I mean, I could be totally wrong, and it could be
That's
the other way.
interesting. I hope the Spitfire is just as OP as it was before, because then I'll be playing the game a lot.
Dude.
So-
Dude, Rampage and Spitfire is gonna be insane.
yeah, exactly.
People are gonna
Yeah.
be so
That's
angry.
the one reason to play her.
Yep,
Like,
yep.
just you're gonna see a Rampage on a Rampart on every fucking team.
Oh my god. Yeah. Rampage and Spitfire are gonna be ridiculous. Having
do
both
need
of that as
something-
ground loot,
I do need something to play it soon, so
it's gonna
if
be
they add that
insane.
Spitfire, why not?
It's coming. Yeah, the new season's coming out next week, so this is the last week of the season.
Right. You think they'll ever retire a character?
I hope not.
Good question.
It is. Yeah, it certainly is a good question. I don't.
From the story, I would imagine maybe, but like
Maybe.
not the actual playable roster.
Yeah, that would suck because there's definitely people that
Yeah.
really like
especially the
their
competitive
characters,
scene.
You know.
Like that would destroy the whole competitive scene. Like players where
Right.
they just main one character.
Mhm.
Oh yeah,
Stop.
and think of all the money people have spent on, like you might have spent on a
yeah.
single character.
Yes,
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, there is the $160 fucking skin for Bloodhound. Imagine them take out Bloodhound.
160. Is it? That's the
Dollars?
reactive one, right?
Yeah, that's the.
It says yen.
It's
Please tell
sort
me
of
it's yen.
reactive in the sense that it's reactive where you
Oh,
have
yeah.
3 skins on it. So it doesn't actually react the way that I originally thought it would.
Wow.
So
It's
unfortunately,
they would at least make it reactive for that price
Right.
point. Holy
Please
shit!
tell me it's
What it is,
160
it's,
yen.
it's a. What it is, your skin. You have 3 skins at different levels of damage that
Huh.
do for achievement, and you get those 3 different skins as choice to wear, and you have a finisher that's specifically tied to that skin, because it can't be animated in just any skin, because it has some like predator like like shoulder cannon or something.
Oh, that's interesting.
That's a lot. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
seriously.
Yeah.
That's so much money for a skin. Fuck.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
thought,
No,
like,
that's the
$35
running joke.
fucking race skin. It's like,
Yeah,
I'm
like,
I'm
that's
not paying for
dude.
this.
Dude, I have to say though, like the remember that race skin with the helmet that opens and closes?
That's the 30. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I'm talking about.
That
Yeah,
one,
exactly.
That one is way better than this Bloodhound skin. Way better.
Oh man.
And it doesn't even do anything, in my opinion. Right? Like, in
Yeah.
my opinion, it's way better, and it doesn't even do anything, and in my opinion, it's just better than the Bloodhound skin. Just because
Hundred-
design-wise, I don't know, like, the Bloodhound skin, as much as it's like, oh, that's kind of cool that he has that Predator-like, cannon that pops up when he does a finisher, I'm all like, but that's really it, the finisher.
Yeah.
That's what you're getting it for the finisher.
My God, you can play it. You could buy 2 games and a controller.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, granted, the way
Insane.
that you gotta get it, you have to buy a bunch of skins to get it. Does that make sense? It's basically having to get an heirloom, right? Like, an
Yeah.
heirloom weapon. So you do get other skins. You're not just buying the one skin. But the running joke is still there, right? Like, the
Right.
running
I
joke
mean,
is
you're
still
buying this one skin to you're buying
Yeah.
the skin to fucking wear that skin. Like, hey,
Yeah.
let's buy all these other skins.
Yeah, you
I
have to
don't wanna
buy
wear 'em.
all
I
these
wanna
other
wear-
skins, these other skins for weapons, for characters, and also, what was it? What are the other things they do? Yeah, you basically get those, right? Just
It's
so that
basically
you
a bundle
unlock that
you
one.
just. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's a bundle that you buy just for the one thing.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like
Hey,
back, it's like
so crazy.
back in the age of the dinosaurs when we used to buy CDs. You'd buy the CD for that one song, but
Mhm.
a whole bunch of other 12 useless songs would come with it.
Yeah, I was watching TSM Janie. She was doing the achievement to get the third level of the skin. You have to like do I don't know, some astronomical large amount of damage over time of gameplay to just do it.
You got to do a challenge on top of buying
Yes.
You gotta prove you're worthy, okay?
Yeah.
You don't understand.
Yeah.
it. Wow.
So you can't
That-
just use all 3 skins. Yeah.
Fuck.
I wish
That's
it
the
was.
worst idea, dude. That's so
I know.
Stupid.
I really wish it was reactive. Like it changes color if you kill people or something like that.
You got to earn it. You already paid the money, but you got to earn it now, right? That's not enough.
Yeah, I know.
you,
It's fucking...
you need to become a predator now, or you just can't use it.
Imagine if
that
a
would
certain
be
badge.
hilarious if they did that. Hey, you got to be Apex Predator.
You have
too.
to
It's
buy
not
it
enough.
and
Well, we're not going
then-
to tell you until you've already bought the skin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to be good enough.
Thanks for the $300.
No
Let me
refund.
see. Let me see how much damage does it take? Like, what was the challenge at? Because it's some astronomical number, I bet. Fuck. I think
Man.
to get the 3rd level skin damage or something like that. I think you had to get. Okay, don't quote me on this, but I think it's 100k.
100k damage.
Man.
Damn.
You have to do 100k damage as Bloodhound.
Wow.
Let me, where is it?
To be fair,
Fun.
that's hardly astronomical. If it was in miles, you wouldn't even get to the moon.
No.
If
Got
it makes
'em.
you feel any better.
Yeah, tier 2 is like 30,000
Damn.
damage.
Imagine if you had to.
It's not retroactive. It's not retroactive, by the way.
Ugh.
Oh, cool.
Meaning,
Even
Another
better.
Yeah.
perk. Another perk. to
Another
this
perk,
amazing
yeah.
Deal they're giving us. They're giving us to us, guys. We got to be grateful for what we're getting, right?
Can you imagine that? You're like, oh my god, I just bought something. Now I have to prove myself for several weeks, maybe months, of trying really hard to finally use it.
And you know what's funny? I think when it came out initially, there was a bug where you can get the challenge by going into the firing range and shooting a friend to get the
Oh,
damage
really?
counter
You
up.
could just. Oh,
Yeah.
hell yeah. That's
Of
fun.
course, of course.
Hey,
That's
you
so
know,
fucking
gamers
funny, man.
gamers found a way, right? Like
Yeah.
gamers will be
I
gamers.
certainly don't blame them, but yeah.
Especially when they're
That's
asking
nuts.
they're asking you to prove if you're worthy after you pay them money.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Oh man. So aside from that hilarious updates from Apex, so what was it called?
I'm surprised they didn't just make it an NFT or something.
That would have been great.
Right.
Been hilarious.
It's more money now because it's an NFT. Why does it do?
Skin, you just get a framed picture of Bloodhound in the skin that you can never wear.
Oh my god, it's hilarious. Let's see. Does anybody have like a favorite game location?
The lands between.
Mm-mm.
Let's see.
Polly, you had that as a topic. Do you have anything on the top of your head?
I don't know. A lot of the locations from like Resident Evil, like Raccoon City, is like a great location in general, just because there's so much shit going on in like one night of that city. Even like you can even add like shitty non-canon stuff, like the bad games like Operation Raccoon City or stuff where you have like dumb Spec Ops teams running around like killing tyrants.
Yeah.
But, I mean, there's just so much happening. It's a very interesting location. But I mean, that series has so many interesting locations, like the mansion and Rockford Island. There's so many good ones. Yeah.
And BioShock Infinite's Columbia is an amazing location. Like that
Right.
place is both beautiful and terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Columbia and Rapture are like two of the greatest cities and games ever made, for sure.
And they come together with those great storylines. It's just
Oh yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's interesting too, because like with Rapture, I mean, I mean, like in like some of the DLC, like Burial at Sea, you see Rapture like during its heyday, but like for
fucking depressing.
yeah, but like for most of the time you're in Rapture, like it's already fallen, like it's already devolved into this dystopian wasteland. But like Columbia, you get to see in its again quote unquote heyday for like a while, and then you are the direct cause of that city falling, which is awesome. Like it's just seeing like the two of these crazy cities like in two completely different states is very interesting.
Yeah, I think.
I mean,
Go
that's
on.
another one that actually is like, because they're making BioShock 4 without the original creator Ken Levine, because he was fired and he's working on other stuff. But I don't envy the person who has to follow up BioShock Infinite. Like that's or the team. Like that's such a
Right.
hard. Like I mean, like after Rapture and Columbia, like what the fuck do you do? Like because a lot of people are like, well, they go into space, but I'm like, that's just System Shock. Like what are they like I think the rumor that or it's not a rumor, but like because like there's only one thing confirmed, and Colin Moriarty actually because he knows people like that work at the studio, and like he basically like intentionally leaked like that the next BioShock is supposedly taking place in Antarctica, like in like a isolated facility like a la The Thing or something like that, where it's like and that's a
pretty
cool location, but at the same time it's like, is that like even like with what you were talking about, Carlos, like all the interweaving stories in the background and stuff, it's just such a difficult feat to like go beyond those two games, because like I platinumed like the 3 BioShock games like recently, or I re-platinumed Infinite because I already platinumed that one when it came back out, but playing through them all, it's like the first one's so good, and then the second one and the third one's so good, but then the second one, which is not made by Ken Levine, you can tell it's not made by him. Like it's a good game, but it's really missing sort of the heart and the brain of BioShock. And I'm kind of worried that that's going to happen with this new game because I mean, it, I just there's so many series where it's just like, man, you guys should have just left this at 3 games. Like, why'd you keep going with it? And this is definitely a series where I'm like, it's been like a decade, almost a decade since Infinite came out. Like, I can't, like, if you can top it, man, that'll be amazing. But I really don't see that happening. It's so difficult. There's so few games where I'm like, man, like, I wouldn't mind seeing a new creator or something on it. You know, like they're talking about like Uncharted coming back and all this stuff. Like, and I'm like, fine, I guess, but like. That actually is another piece of news that like Naughty Dog is apparently, in addition to doing the fucking Last of Us remake. Again, I don't know why that game's coming out or why Naughty Dog has this obsessive need to make their own games, like continue their like they don't let anybody else basically do their own series, right? Like the Uncharted series and the Last of Us. Like Ben Studio did Uncharted Golden Abyss back in 2012 on the Vita. And that, yeah, they were only like guided by Naughty Dog on that, and it's a good game, but it's not the same. And ever since then, it's like Naughty Dog, like I want to see them do something new, like, and they're almost stuck in this cycle now of like we're the Last of Us and the Uncharted, team, and it's like you're gonna like, why are you guys doing the Last of Us remake? Why is the premier studio of Sony doing a remake of their own game? Like, are you kidding me? And then it's just like, and then apparently the other game that they're doing is, that is heavily rumored is Uncharted 5. And I'm like, why?
I thought we were done.
Go on to something else. First of all, Uncharted 4 ends Nathan Drake's story really definitively and really well, but also like, just let another studio take a crack at the series. And move on to something else. Like, holy shit. You guys are way too obsessive about your own shit. Like, you're going to spend years and years making just the next entry into this fucking series? It's like, come on. Give me a break. Sorry about the tangent, but holy shit, that annoyed the hell out of me. When I read that, I'm like, it's bad enough that the Last of Us remake is being remade at all.
Right.
I'm not gonna play that game, and I love that fucking game, but I'm not gonna fucking play that. I'm not gonna spend like $70 on that.
Right.
But then like for Naughty Dog to be basically like twiddling its thumbs over there, being like for like a couple of years now since Last of Us 2 came out, and they're like, I mean they've publicly said like we're not working on anything. We're waiting for Sony to like greenlight us on certain projects that we want to work on, but we're not working on anything. So they're just wasting their time, and then we hear, oh, this is what they're working on. Like, are you kidding? Like, that's what a fucking letdown. Like, hey, this is like one of the best studios Sony has. They're working on the shit they've already done again and again and again. Cool. Like,
recycle content.
Yeah, that sucks.
And worst part is that they're probably not. I mean, there's probably still following the exact same formula they were following for their other games. Like, there's no reason for them to like vary it at all. And like, their formula is getting old. Like, it's been a while since we moved away from chest high wall cover shooters.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, we definitely need to start seeing more, especially with the new generation. Here now.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing about Naughty Dog games at this point, and again. The previous stuff or the most recent stuff they've done, like Last of Us 2, Lost Legacy, Uncharted 4, love all that stuff, love it. But like, it really is like what you were talking about with the gameplay. It's like it really is for the story, It's you're not playing it like as much as I love those games. I'm not playing for the fucking gameplay. I'm playing them to see what happens to these characters. That's it.
Yeah.
I feel like they could do something with like The Last of Us that doesn't involve Ellie anymore. Especially because I really want them to go crazy with their kill system in The Last of Us 2 was so good. Like, you could get so creative, and it was just so satisfying. And like, I think that you're kind of restricted in that game by the fact that you're not, the game kind of waggles your, the finger, at you, and it's like, no, violence bad, okay? Remember, violence bad. It's like, just let us go crazy.
Yeah. I mean, they still are working on
character
factions, right? That fucking multiplayer thing that was originally supposed to come out
with The Last of Us 2, and then it
The
just
last
never came out.
generation.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just like, okay, it's been years now. Like, is this thing? People are postulating that it'll come out as a standalone thing, which would be the right play at this point. But
Yeah.
maybe that will be like an answer to that, what you're asking for. But I don't know.
Yeah. I think that some of my favorite locations, some of the classic locations that I can think of are, well, were pretty much made by Nintendo. Like, I think that you could put me in the Ocarina of Time map, today, and I would remember everything, every location in the, in Death Mountain, every single way to like the exact route you want to take to deliver the goddamn eye drops before they expire. And that's something that I miss about a lot of the smaller games like those, where locations that were kind of open-ended like that, where you would just memorize the map.
Right.
Oh yeah.
That's the one thing that I appreciate about the Souls games nowadays, like the fact that their maps are memorable enough that you just kind of remember them without having to access a mini map and just an external map all the time.
It's not like
So-
repeated, basically.
Yeah. I mean, like every single square inch, because of the limitations of the systems at the time, had to be very deliberately planned. They just had to they just had to guide your eye line every single pretty much everywhere you went.
Right.
And even if the environments were small, they looked big because of the way they use perspective and stuff. But also say something like Majora's Mask, like the world of Majora's Mask has a lot of moments where you unlock new items and you just go back to those to the same locations just to find out if you can just mess around with the world and see what new things you can find in those environments. Or,
Yeah, I think for me it would be Shadow Moses. Metal
Oh
Gear.
yeah.
out of Moses Island.
Yeah, that one was a pretty cool setting. I think that was definitely an easy kind of way to have this island setting where you're stuck there, and it was very memorable in terms of the design of the environment itself.
Yeah.
I think that I think that one was something that was my favorite.
Yeah.
Um,
It's a very well structured environment.
Yeah.
It goes back to the whole, they had to craft every single square inch of that place perfectly.
Yeah, I found it it was a good it has a bit of that good excuse setting
Mm-hmm.
for having all the shenanigans happen.
Right.
In that kind of typical military setting, but then at the same time it made it so that the stealth was felt natural.
Right.
And easy to navigate, even with all the different environment areas they went to. You definitely had the differences between your inside close quarter situations, and then how games later expanded on now it's open area. You have to sneak around the open area, and
Right.
how that changes the level design and how the interaction between you and the environment meant for that was I would say Shadow Moses is this is how we do stealth, this is how we're going to make it that you have, even though there's a strict kind of box environment for each area, you still had so many different ways to navigate the stealth that you would do, and it wasn't so stringent too of if you didn't stealth then game over instant. I remember back in that day it was when Tenchu was out, and Tenchu was very you're not exploring at all, you're really just kind of stuck with every level or mission, and you're exploring that one setting Whereas like it felt like in Metal Gear with Shadow Moses, like you could still go backtrack and to different parts. So there was like more of that feeling of exploration that I think I remember specifically liking that environment for. And it wasn't like that everything was interconnected either. So it wasn't like that kind of environment, like any of the From Software games where there's like shortcuts or something like that, or like, oh, this area connects to another area. It's this one is like, this one is more like you didn't really need to know how the layout was. You just like had an idea of like these environments in the map and how you can sneak around it, and you had the different tools to like figure that out.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I
then
still
going
remember-
back to it too was awesome in the remake.
Yeah.
The remake for Metal
Metal Gear?
Gear.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, like
Okay.
Twin Snakes one.
Yeah, yeah. You know, that's the first one that I
And
played.
an MGS4. That was pretty cool to go out to like go back to the location.
Oh, that's
like-
true. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
They recreated it.
Yeah.
Not to put a to bring it on a negative note, but is there any are there any news about anybody trying to remake the original Metal Gear? I'm
But
surprised.
yeah,
that
that's
not
been
a
the
thing.
rumor. I mean, that's been a rumor for a long time. Is that like
Mm-hmm.
somebody is they were thinking like Konami is remaking it, or maybe they've licensed it out to someone else, like lent them the license to either remake the first one or the third one, because no one knows. Like, I guess like the whatever people are seeing in terms of leaks is saying, okay, this is the first one in the series that we're remaking. And people are like, well, is it the third one because it's the first in the timeline, or is it that? And I don't fucking know. So it's one or the other. It's one or the other is being probably most likely remade. But
That's
yeah.
funny. Turns out they end up remaking the Metal Gear 5.
That'd be
I mean, yeah, it would be fucking stupid. Like, I love the third one's like my favorite one in the series, but it'd be stupid if that was the first one they're remaking. Like,
Right.
oh yeah, it's the first in the timeline. It's like most people don't even fucking care. Like, it's just they remake the first one. Like, it needs the remake the most, and that it's the first one that like everybody played, like
Right,
in the
right.
Metal Gear Solid series. So yeah.
It's like one of the popular first ones. Or are we talking like like back in the what was it, NES or
Oh,
something like
yeah.
that? Talking about that one, or are we talking about
I
middle?
guess like the Metal Gear Solid proper
Oh, okay,
series.
okay.
PS1. Because
Right,
before
right.
that, it was just Metal Gear, right? So
Yeah.
yeah,
And I mean, Metal Gear Solid 3 is, the Snake Eater would still be before even the NES games, if I'm not
True.
mistaken.
yeah.
Yeah. That is
Which
true.
I guess they rectified why those games even happen in 5, with there being 2 different big bosses, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that's why you kill him in the first Metal Gear, and then he's back in the second one.
I
It's just-
never finished
different
that
ones.
game.
yeah, that's fine. I just told you the ending, and that's
Oh, there you go.
about it.
That's the
That's
surprising
about it.
ending. Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Turns
looked
out
it
there's
up
2
because-
big bosses.
Yeah.
I just looked it up because I wasn't gonna do the same missions over and over.
That first hour again, just crawling through the
Mm-hmm.
hospital. Yeah, just doing it again.
The snake that we got, that the big boss we've initially killed is the one that we're playing.
Hey,
The real big boss is out there, and he's gonna like live his life.
there was a reason why that guy in the bandages was way cooler than you were in the intro.
Oh my god.
Like
So-
my brother has no
so
attachment
confusing.
to that series whatsoever. We were playing the intro. And it's like, why? Why aren't you just the guy in the bandages? He's way cooler than you are. I'm like, I know, right?
The bandage man is better than you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always this funny thing about like the hero seems to be like less as cool as than the other people, but then he gets all the glory.
Mhm.
Have you ever noticed that? Like, there's like a lot of that happens,
Oh,
even
yeah.
with Snake. Snake is
Yeah.
like does like these goofy, stupid things, and like you're like, what? Like, I get it that we're the player and stuff, like, and we don't know any better, but damn, you're doing him dirty. Need to like some of
Why
these other
couldn't I
side
just
characters
play
are
as
doing
the
better.
Cyber Ninja? I wanted
Yeah.
to play as...
Yeah, let me play as that
Hey,
guy.
Well,
who
you
wants to
got
play
the
as
game.
Raiden? Isn't that him everybody wants to play as? Like, no.
Hey, eventually got the game where you only played as Raiden.
And then
From
you
Vengeance.
yeah, and then you're like
Yeah, yeah.
you play as Raiden and you're like, "Oh, this guy's lame." But then like he comes back and you're not playing as him, and you're like, "What? But I want to play him now cuz he's a ninja now." Like he's a lot cooler than he was last time. Not as whiny.
Right.
Oh man. It's funny.
Man, I still remember the first time that I mean, one of my favorite environments. This is definitely still Yarnam. Like that
Yeah.
first your journey into like those Souls games with Bloodborne was fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, those environments were wild.
Yeah, so full of mystery, so hostile. It
Yeah,
just
for
felt
reals.
hostile, but you just wanted to keep going.
You're like, "No. Don't. You can't stop me."
Yeah.
It's funny.
And you're constantly asking yourself, no, you're not really constantly asking yourself, but at some point you realize, why am I fighting a giant insect and a bunch of spiders in an infinite lake?
I felt like I was like stuck in some sort of dreamlike nightmare, and we're like, I need to find a way out. That's what
Yeah.
I felt like, for me at least.
Yeah.
I think it makes a lot of sense from the story too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just like, oh, you wake up one day, boop.
That's actually kind of the feeling that the second Dark Souls 2 was. The second Dark Souls was supposed to give this feeling of like, you don't really know where you're going, and you don't really know why you're doing it, but it's kind of feels kind of dreamlike.
And on top of that, you're like, well, I know want to get out of here, so that's enough for me. I don't need to know the why. At a certain point, it's scary as fuck.
Oh, shout out to what's that called? Prey, the 2017 game. Like the environment. I can't remember the name of the ship, but it's basically a giant space station, and they do a really good job of making it seem like it's just one whole structure.
Right.
And one of the coolest things is that you actually go outside of that structure. You actually, you actually have you actually have to go through different levels on on the outside too.
Oh, hello, Mr. or person Sierra YBN.
Hey, hello, Sarah.
You
Thanks for
just
joining us.
walked in.
Yeah.
We're just talking about our favorite game locations while I'm drawing. Pretty much.
Well, yeah, Prey, hard game to get into, but I'm sure that for a lot of people who who enjoyed it more than I did, they found that the game world fascinating because, as I've said before, like that's probably the closest thing to BioShock in space.
Right.
Yeah, so
so-
our favorite locations: BioShock, Resident Evil, Shadow
Legend of
Moses,
Zelda.
Legend of Zelda, and then special mentions of Yarnum, the From Software Bloodborne,
Yeah.
Lands Between. Let's see. We did talk about a little bit about Metal Gear, if they're making a remake or not.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, Resident Evil. Resident Evil, yeah, definitely. I was probably gonna choose Resident Evil like 2, if anything.
Yeah.
That was definitely one of my faves.
Not Resident Evil 4?
Still in the PlayStation. No, like I still like. I don't know. Like I have Resident Evil 2 for me. It's like the PlayStation era. Like that was king. I loved the Resident Evil 2 and Metal Gear, man, Metal Gear was just astounding. So those were definitely my games of those eras, and those environments definitely my favorite locations. The good excuse for shenanigans to happen.
Nice. Yeah, some of those environments just stay with you, right? Like even if they were to put you back into, if you were to play this games today, you probably remember just just as fine as you did back then.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's why. Yeah, that's kind of why I chose Raccoon City as well, because it encapsulates so many smaller, interesting environments, right? Whether it's the police station or like the underground lab or the gun shop or any of the mini environments that they put in, like the Outbreak games. Like they have like so many fucking environments, like the asylum and fucking zoo and all these ridiculous like environments for that game, but they put like enough intrigue and stuff around them, so it's like compelling. It's like such a weird. I was thinking about this the other day for whatever reason, but like this town is it's such a weird, like it's supposed to be a small town, even though there's like 1 million people that live there or something. But it's it's this weird town that is like like Umbrella owns the whole thing. Like it's literally just a front for them to do experiments and like all their nefarious, shady things. And I wondered, like, was the town always like this? Like, was the town always like this? Like, which one came first? Was it Umbrella that built this town specifically to make it a front for their activities, or was this actually a normal town that Umbrella
was it even smaller, maybe?
Yeah, was it a small town that was normal at one time, and Umbrella came by and just bought the town to do their own?
And they added, and then as a way to mask their movements, they were like, oh yeah, we're helping expand all the stuff, schools and hospitals and and they got all these great stuff added to their town, and they were like, oh man, we're going from a town to a city so quickly.
I like the idea of them actually just creating a whole town just out of nowhere, just out of scratch, just because it happens all the time in like in big industry where like entire towns are just made out of nowhere just to support this one resource,
one resource,
coal
one
town,
reason.
nuclear towns. Like the whole city of around Chernobyl was it's still standing there to up until today.
Right. Actually, I think John Oliver was talking about environmental not disasters, but environment zoning issues of like waste and stuff like that, and how there's zoned areas in towns or cities that specifically are using as a dumping station for other companies, and because they zoned it as a dumping station, and all their waste gets put there, and this makes a lot of sense to what you're talking about, because that could easily be the case for obviously the capitalist kind of environment that the United States in. You can essentially have these companies spending large amount of money for a city and paying the city to create a spot for their kind of like zoned, whatever reason zone they're using it for. Let's just say what if it's not waste? What if it's like a zoned area where like they can have medical facilities and stuff like that, but it's something that they can use for their other research.
Yeah, and there's like a lot of legal loopholes there too, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, like whoops, like this virus got out in our mansion that we made on our property. Everyone's been turned into a zombie. It's fine though, because we own it. So it's just like, what's the difference? Like depending on what state you're in, because it's supposed to be like a Midwest town. So it's like depending on what state you live in, like you can do all sorts of shit on your private property depending on where you live. Like in Texas, like if someone comes on your property, you can literally do whatever you want to them. Like you can kill them, you can torture them, and it doesn't matter because it's private property. It's your property. And it's like,
I imagine what you could get away with if you had the funds to build an entire city, and that's exactly what they do, right? They're just like experimenting on people. Whoops, there was another fucking virus spill. Oh well, it's just like,
Whoops a doodle.
yeah, like the fucking. I mean, for Christ's sake, the fucking city is literally nuked off of the map. Like that's what the government has to do to like get rid of it. It's just like it's absurd. Like it's so insane. But like that's why it's such a fun city. Like to even just like re-explore and like future games. Like oh yeah, here's what was happening on that same fateful night in Raccoon City. Like at this corner of the city that we've never seen. It's interesting.
Yeah, I think the what's was alluring about Raccoon City is also like the kind of background stories you would have of like the mayor and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
And then like the little like weird things that you would come across in the environment that you're like, geez, I mean, it's a whole zombie apocalypse thing, but this is not normal. Like even if it wasn't a zombie apocalypse, I find this strange.
Oh,
like, why do we have these statues here?
Why was the police station like
that I
built
can
this way?
move the statue to open a door? Like, I just need to go to the bathroom.
Do police stations even have statues?
I don't
Like,
think it's a
how many-
normal thing.
Depends on which one you're going to, but I
I
can't usually know. Like,
Yeah,
Who's
it wouldn't even have
endorsing
a fucking like the room for it.
Right?
Yeah.
in the original, like Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3, there's like literally a ladder there's no stairwell the way there
Yeah.
is in the remake. So there's no way to get up to the second floor except a ladder, like in the fucking lobby. It's like, this is horribly built. And then there's like, oh yeah, there's just a life-size chest. Fucking
And the funny
piece
thing was,
board, get into a
it's-
door.
I like how they had in the story why it's a wacky funhouse like
Right.
place.
It
Like there wasn't
formerly an
random.
art museum because
yeah.
art museums are made that way too. We've all
Right.
been to them; they're crazy.
They
fun
had like
houses.
statues and stuff. Well, like it also was linked to how crazy the guy was too, like the chief.
Yeah.
It's Spencer.
Like there's
Oh, yeah,
something
great.
something wrong was with him, and
Yeah.
later, of course, we find out that he probably is a murderer. Like I'm just saying.
Oh, they say it, and they
Yeah.
heavily hint at it in the
Chief
remake
Irons?
specifically.
Yeah,
Yeah, in the journals that he has that they added,
Yeah.
which was awesome.
That he's
yeah.
secretly like basically a Dexter, like he's getting away
I mean,
with.
worse. Yeah, he was like
Yeah.
skinning like young women alive and
Yeah,
stuff
it's-
based on his journals. It's fucking.
Uh-huh.
It's so much darker than it needs to be, but
Yeah.
that's what makes it cool. It's just like
Yeah.
this was totally like such a fucked up city before the
Mhm.
zombie thing. It's just like, why would
And-
you ever live here?
Yeah,
Right.
and he's just being funded by keeping the secrets and funded by the Umbrella and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's basically he's working for them in disguise of working for the city. And on
Right.
top of that, with the funding, he's able to like fucking get away with so much shit
Yeah.
cuz he's just fucking nuts.
I mean, just put enough statues in your,
I kind of wish they did more of that type of shit, like
Oh yeah, I mean especially now. Yeah.
with
Yeah.
their
Sure, yeah.
wacky characters and stuff like that,
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
like
I mean, that's why those classic Resident Evil games are so much fun because there's a lot of camp there. There's a lot of weird shit that's just like it just doesn't need to be here. Like the whole
Mhm.
Psycho thing in Code Veronica with like the brother and sister. That doesn't need to be there. That's
I mean-
totally unnecessary. But it just adds so much character to the characters and to the game.
right,
You know.
right, yeah,
Even the characters that we just met for like a couple of seconds, rest in peace, pieces, Kendo, from Kendo Shop.
Exactly.
Nah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's
Yeah.
and there's even random lore with that dude who's like, oh yeah, he made the handguns for the Stars members. It's like that doesn't even need to be in there. Like we
Yeah.
literally we read that like before we read that in the first game before Resident Evil 2 when we even meet the guy. You know, it's just crazy.
And
It's
of all things, and it's funny too, it's such a Japanese thing. He's named Kendo.
Yeah.
A lot
Yeah.
like, he's named Kendo and
Yeah.
he's making weapons for them. I'm all like, so you're saying that stars are samurais. And he's
Yeah, exactly.
making swords. And they even fucking call one of the guns Samurai Edge or something
My
like that.
edge. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Yeah, totally unnecessary, but necessary in the sense of like this needs to be like it's goofy references.
Yeah, this white dude in Middle America is named Robert Kendo.
Yeah, of all things, yeah. And then in the remake didn't they have a storyline with him in one of the
Daughter,
extra
yeah.
DLCs? Yeah, the daughter died or something, and he's like keeping her.
Yeah, the
There.
piece of it's in the main game, and then they had it in the Ghost Survivors, I think. But I still haven't played that, honestly.
They also
Gotta
touch
get
upon
around
it
that.
in Resident Evil 3 as well, right?
Oh yeah, that's true. Jill meets him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. See, there you go.
I l-
Like they have revisiting weird characters. I mean,
Yeah.
I wish we got the merchant guy back, but
I know.
oh well.
Yeah.
I still want to feel like I'm getting ripped off.
Yeah, it's,
Even though I'm
what are you
probably paying a
buying?
pretty fair price, because pesetas are like only like $100 or something.
Nice. I'll buy that at a high price.
I
What
mean,
you
like,
buying?
Like, what a corrupt city it has to be, where like the fucking police station is literally built on top of this like shady underground lab. And then in like the remake, they even have it so it's like the like passageway from the underground lab is under construction. So like literally the whole underground lab is like exposed. Like everyone can see it, and they even they even talk about it. It's like, hey, I think there's an underground lab around here. It's like you're
I
a
heard
cop.
a rumor.
You're like you're literally, this is your first day on the force, and you already know that. Like that's a problem.
Oh, that's funny.
But that's what makes those old Resident Evil games so fun. Is they're so wacky and stupid, but like they're still trying to, this stuff they take seriously is like like you were saying, some of the stuff that you remember the most is not even the zombies. It's just like the other weird shit.
That's exactly why I like some of the other choices that we picked. Like because there are characters in those locations that are like that are memorable.
Yeah.
Majora's Mask. I remember like off of one of the corners that you have to go to, there's a canyon that's like full of like those zombies and ghosts, and in it there's like this house that it's got this giant horn that's playing this magical song, and a little girl lives there, and her dad has been turned into a mummy, and like one of the quest lines is that you have to try to turn her dad back from being a mummy / zombie. Like the whole the whole cliche of the of the loved one caring for the zombie, it's right there, except it's typically like the father caring for the zombie daughter, except in this one it's like turn
It's a poor kid, yeah.
yeah.
Which actually kind of makes even more sense. Like that a parent would get turned, and then like the kid has like no recourse but to like try and survive outside of that.
Yeah.
Which is even more sad if you think about it, because like they didn't grow up right to know all the things that they need to know to survive. Maybe. Unless the parent really taught them like, oh yeah, when I turn into that zombie, you take that gun and you shoot me. And I'm going to teach you how to fend off other zombies. On top of that, how to scavenge for food, how to cook for yourself, clean your clothing without a fucking dishwasher. I mean, well, not dishwasher, but like laundry.
I also put
machine.
my clothes in the dishwasher.
I mean, you might as well, because like I'm pretty sure like you're not going to have access to like a laundromat at any point during a zombie situation. So yeah. A dishwasher does sound like a really good idea to like clean something.
Imagine your roommate actually does that. You just end up finding like his underwear like
Oh God.
in the it's like
right next to the dishes too. He
right
mixes
next to
them
the
both.
washing. I know, right?
Gross. Gross. That's so nasty. That's some desperation there.
Right.
Oh man.
I would like to
classic.
see an entire, Raccoon City just like completely expanded and explored, but with without being completely open world. By having, it's still having like the chaos that happens, while the whole destruction is going on. So there's definitely routes that are completely closed off to the player.
And that's why we need it's another reason we need another Outbreak game, because that's what they did. It wasn't open world.
Yeah.
It was like each level was a new location. That's
Yeah.
all it was.
Yeah, you really do need to try that game out. If you have never tried Outbreak, it's really that was a good like departure from the Resident Evil.
Yeah.
But
mean,
unfortunately, you can't play it.
Yeah, and Resident Evil Outbreak was. I mean, we don't know if it was a remake or like the third one, but that was one of those games that was leaked on the fucking Nvidia leak thing.
Yeah.
Like a couple of years ago, and
Who knows?
like almost all of those games have been either confirmed already or are literally already out. So like hopefully we'll get that.
Hopefully we
that'd be
do
cool
get
if they
it.
got it. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. That'd be fun.
I hope they don't like they're obviously gonna go with the whole like the model of like getting skins or whatever, or buying stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna do that. You know that they are.
Yeah.
Like
Of course.
they want to make their money, and we already got that weird multiplayer experiment that they did for Resident Evil Nemesis or something, right? Like
You never played
yeah. Yeah, you don't need to. It's not,
yeah, that one's not. No,
wanted to play
it
at
doesn't
least with
have
you
the heart
guys.
of the Outbreak stuff. But
No,
what I'm
no.
saying is that like they're like the level up system sucks, and that like you're definitely underpowered in the first place, so you have to like grit your teeth to like knowingly lose the game to already overpowered people. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, like because they played it before you did, and they have
Right.
more stuff because they've unlocked more stuff. It's not
Oh,
about
so
like
was it
them
like
being good players. It's just like they
Right.
unlocked their kind
So
of set of
it was
stuff.
an asymmetric, competitive player.
Yes, yeah, it's a competitive game, which is unfortunate because the Outbreak wasn't meant to be competitive. It was meant to
Yeah,
be more
but
of like
still.
a kind of like MMO-ish kind of feel to it a little bit. Not really MMO. It's kind of hard to describe.
Right.
Like there was a bit of a level up system, I guess that you could say that was existing, but
Yeah.
I think the only way you can really play it these days is through like emulation
Simulation.
of
Yeah.
some sort. Yeah, and who knows if how that whole online setup would work too. Like you would have to have like a modded like servers and stuff like that just to
Yeah.
host it.
Huh. That would be interesting.
Because I did see somebody playing it, was streaming it,
Yeah.
a
Yeah.
while back.
Is there, is there even anything like it nowadays?
No,
Yeah, I
can't
can't
say.
think of anything.
because the way the game works is like it's like back in Left 4 Dead. You have a campaign, you get set up with that people, and then you have rounds of like going from one part of to the next, and you have to survive together essentially and figure out the puzzles. And there wasn't, and then because it was so old, like this is in the day where like people are definitely not using a mic, and even if you did, I don't think they even had any sort of like a loud way to even chat with each other. I can't even remember.
Right.
So you only could emote at best, which is even more harder in that time because the puzzles aren't easy.
Right.
Yeah.
What does crouching up and down, over and over mean?
Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, that was funny too, because talking through the emotes and like talking through, because you have all these different characters, and each one's basically like a different class, right? You have like a plumber and a cop and a security guard, and like one of the guys is like he's a toll taker, like he would take the tolls at the subway, and like his name is Jim. I remember his fucking like skill, because everybody has like special skills, and like his special skill was like he had a coin that he would flip, and it would give you more luck, like you would find more stuff, and you maybe
Yeah,
it was
like literal RNG buff.
yeah, and some of his lines, like the way he would emote, it was like with the dialogue, and like a lot of his lines, like he's a very like depressed, self-deprecating character, so he would constantly be walking around like saying like my life is shit and like stuff like that, and that's how you would emote.
My type of guy.
fucking hilarious.
I feel like that definitely sounds like my kind of my kind of buff. Like I would definitely like that kind of ability. I'd be like, yeah,
I
Just
mean,
sheer
like
luck.
a lot of his lines were just like, like he was just insulting himself, and it's like, what are you even trying to convey? Like, I don't understand what you're saying. Like, he's like,
Garbage.
my life
I-
fucking sucks, and he's like trying to tell you that there's like a key right there that you need to get for
My
the
life-
puzzle. It's like, what the fuck?
trying to say that he really needs help and needs somebody to talk to.
This is also the day in before like MMOs were like when MMOs was like like they were trying to tap into like online games where you have to pay subscriptions just to play online. And I think this is the like where you had to buy this attachment to your fucking PlayStation or something like that just to access online. Because they didn't have anything like you couldn't just plug it in, Ethernet cable or anything like that. And then there's also like Resident Evil. What was it like? Same thing with like the Dreamcast too. It was the same issue. I think if I remember.
Yeah.
Or did it? I don't remember. I can't remember. One of the two. I don't know.
Or there was a Resident Evil.
Not for
Outbreak,
Resident
or-
Evil, but like for just for online use.
The
Ah,
Dreamcast had like it had an Ethernet port on the controller.
Oh, okay.
Well, that is weird.
Oh, wait, was it?
Yeah, yeah.
On the
remember that.
controller?
And I think there was like another attachment as well because you could like there's like I don't remember what the fuck it was, but it was like you could take it out of the controller. It was like a screen thing, and you could put another attachment in there.
That is bizarre.
Yeah, it was.
Oh,
You
right,
put
yeah,
in
yeah. It
the
was almost like
controller of
the
all things.
yeah. They like
Yeah.
have you like Tamagotchi? You remember that?
Yeah, that's exactly yeah.
Yeah, you had like some sort of like Tamagotchi like thing with like a mini screen on there, and you could
Yeah.
plug
Yeah, I
it
remember
into
that.
it and you take it out. It's also a memory card.
Interesting. So you don't. So it was both an Ethernet port, an Ethernet port, and
Well, I don't think it
memory
was
card.
actually Ethernet port. I don't remember that at all. I remember the Ethernet port was actually in the game in the system,
I'll be
but
right
you
back.
had to. I remember GameCube was the one where you had to buy a separate one, and I think that's what I confused it with.
Yeah, I think there. I don't. Maybe it wasn't
Okay,
an
maybe there
Ethernet port,
was,
but
I
there
don't
was
know.
something. There was something that you connected
Yeah,
to the controller.
There was,
I
like,
think
some
that would
weird
connect to the
gimmicks.
console.
there was
Yeah.
one where like you connect. I think there was one where it vibrated, like it added the vibration function.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it's like a rumble pack type of thing. Yeah.
They had one with a rumble pack. The other ones were like memory cards with a screen in it, and then there's like and you get to like have your chaos creature from Sonic
yeah.
inside the Tamagotchi little thing, and you get to take care of it. And when you
Yeah.
brought it back, you could collect things from what you had played with it outside the
Yeah.
system.
Yeah, that was
I
an
remember-
interesting system. It was trying a lot of interesting new things. A lot of them
Yeah.
like were kind of dumb, but like it was interesting. It was at least trying to sort of push the needle forward.
Right.
And I mean that system had it only lasted a year and a half on the market, but it had a lot of good games on it.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. I think
Pretty
actually.
beloved until now. Up until now, like the Dreamcast is still pretty. It was well revered.
Yeah.
True. Oh yeah, for sure. Like the whole, it was mainly the pirating that really fucked it over.
Yeah.
They really did not think it through when it came to those
Like no security. It was just
no
so
security
easy.
whatsoever. Yeah, that was the big issue for that. They were losing so much money on just that alone.
Yeah.
And then I think later on their choices just made it worse. And then RIP Sega.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna stop the recording here.
Yep.
Well, good night, everyone.
I'm gonna stop the stream right here. I'll be right back. We can talk about like what we're gonna talk about next week.
Yeah,
But
definitely.
all right, brother.